Good afternoon or good evening, everyone. I'd like to call to order the Whatcom County Council meeting for April 6th, 2021. It is 6:01 p.m. and we are meeting virtually. Would you please call the roll?
Fred Brown,
Yes.
Barry Buchanan,
Here.
Tyler Bird,
Here.
Todd Donovan,
Present.
Ben Ellenboss,
Here.
Harold Frazee,
Here.
Kathy Kirschner,
Here.
Let the record show all council members are present this evening. Let's go ahead and display the flag, and please join me in the flag salute.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which we stand, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, next up is our county executives report. We will turn it over to you, Executive Sadhu.
All right. Let me just a second, please. I'm just adjusting my page here. All right. Good evening, Whatcom County Council, county residents, county employees, and other elected officials. This is my first address on the state of the county, and I'm pleased to share that state of the county is strong. In January 2020, I started my term as Whatcom County Executive, ready to take up the challenges of our common interest and lead county employees and our citizens towards a better future. What a year 2020 was. I think we are all glad that it is over, and we expect a better 2021 with schools, our businesses, restaurants open, and a return to some normalcy in our personal and professional lives. At the same time, I can assure you that many changes brought about in our daily routine by COVID-19 are here to stay. The pandemic dramatically accelerated many processes, catapulting the world about 10 years ahead in many respects. We all remember the Super Bowl floods in Nooksack and Sumas in February 2020, and then the global pandemic followed immediately in March. A little over a year ago, I declared a local emergency to stand up Whatcom Unified Command as schools, businesses, and offices were shut down. Then the life came to a virtual standstill. In the closing days of the year, we saw a major disaster averted when the crude oil train derailed in Custer. A timely and well-executed response by local emergency responders saved the day. Their professionalism and courage are commendable. Today, optimism is in the air. We can start breathing a little easier as vaccines are being administered. Nearly 1 in 3 residents in our county have initiated the vaccination process, and 1 in 5 have completed it. Actually, this is even outdated information in a week. The restaurants and cafes are again serving customers. Schools are returning to in-person instructions. Our county departments are planning steps to open our offices and safely provide public access. However, a word of caution is needed. We are not out of the woods yet. An ounce of prevention will go a long way towards achieving our goal of a healthy community and a thriving community and a thriving economy. I would like to offer my sincere thanks to the County Council for shepherding county policy and supporting my administration and county employees during this pandemic. Faced with unprecedented challenges, Whatcom County government rallied, demonstrating its resourcefulness and resilience. Despite the obstacles, we succeeded in maintaining a good level of service for our citizens across many departments. We have accomplished many things on many fronts. We are now focusing our attention on areas where progress has lagged. As you know, my major focus areas are affordable housing, water for the fish and farms, child and family action plan, racial equity, capital projects, and securing state and federal resources for county priorities. Let me share some of the highlights of county operations in 2020. The detailed accomplishment of each department are enclosed in for you in your reading materials, as a full document of the state of the county will be posted on the county website. COVID-19 response, health department, and Whatcom Unified Command. The county administration and the council reacted very quickly to the pandemic. This included restricting access to our facilities, creating work at home options for employees where possible, and instituting other safety precautions. Every department, every manager, and every elected official did their best to ensure that we keep our employees safe, and it worked. We have seen only a small number of incidents related to our staff. Whatcom County Sheriff's Emergency Management Department stood up the Whatcom Unified Command and coordinated the COVID-19 response, learning and adapting as the pandemic unfolded. The sheriff's deputies, EMS, firefighters, and other first responders deserve recognition for their heroic service. The county health department, under new leadership of Erica Lautenbach, was immediately faced with COVID-19 response. Staff was augmented and volunteers joined the efforts to support Unified Command. 39 new staff members and 383 general volunteers helped with COVID-19 response. Focus teams, including healthcare, business, education, and isolation and quarantine, were created with tailored expertise to help organizations navigate through the unprecedented situation. This extraordinary effort included 49 case and contact investigators who completed 5,529 case interviews and 8,708 contact interviews. 2 fixed sites for testing and a mobile unit were put into operation. An employer support task force brought employers, nonprofit, and businesses together to problem solve how to operate under Washington State's guidance for safe reopening. The ongoing campaign, Safer, Stronger Together, continues to support local businesses today. In addition, $450,000 in rental and mortgage assistance were provided to over 150 households using CARES Act funding. And contracts totaling $500,000 were executed with housing and behavioral health providers. A collaborative, the Community Vaccination Center was created in partnership with private healthcare partners, a local pharmacy, Bellingham Technical College, Whatcom Community College. Launched on March 6, this clinic has administered more than 2,000 doses and is ready to vaccinate 4,400 people each week. As of last week, 63,000 residents have received first dose and 38,000 have been fully vaccinated. Information technology. Whatcom County's Information Technology Department played a pivotal role in our response to COVID-19 in 2020, and it continues to provide a backbone for our operations in 2021. Without the timely response from the IT, and the pandemic would have totally overwhelmed our ability to provide services, our county operations, and continuance of the government in a coherent manner. The IT department immediately sprang into action to implement remote access to the county governments by deploying new digital technologies to maintain government services. It facilitated the remote work opportunities for our employees, transitioned county council meetings to Zoom, and created physically distanced communication opportunities for all departments and our interaction with public and partner organizations. The IT department provided crucial support to auditor's office for presidential election, installing new servers, self-service kiosks, election security measures, and cameras to live stream the ballot counting process. Whatcom County Emergency Medical Services. The Whatcom County Emergency Medical Services system was quick to respond to the increased demand for services. There were more than 25,000 responses in 2020. EMS kept first responders safe, and the EMS team leaders quickly mobilized to create response plans, safety guides, and the worst case scenarios for system overload. EMS continues to support various components of the COVID response. Human Resources Department was able to respond to pandemic in a timely and equitable manner. Our HR team ramped up employee communications and staffed emergency operations with people from county departments, several other city departments, and private companies. Recognizing the economic uncertainty and need for fiscal prudence, they implemented a hiring freeze and furloughs and reached agreements with all labor groups to forego cost of living increases. Thanks to these actions, we were able to avoid layoffs and keep our teams intact, which was very important to me. The Parks and Recreation Department was able to keep our parks and trails open throughout the year. Although COVID-19 restrictions and closures impacted campgrounds, picnic shelters, historical museums, border crossing, and the events, the department overall saw an additional 341,000 visitors, for a 22% increase in use over the same period as previous year, and a year-end total of 1.5 million visitors. With the physical buildings closed, the park staff continued to maintain outreach to residents by newsletters, phones, and online classes and activities. Auditor, assessor, and treasurer's offices. In 2020, the pandemic created some unique challenges for auditor, assessor, and treasurer's offices. They were forced to develop new strategies to continue providing customer service while keeping our staff and public safe. The auditor's offices flawlessly handled record-breaking voter turnout, nearly 88%, processing 25,000 more ballots than the previous record. All three offices were closed to walk-in customers. Scheduled appointments were required for usual services in all these offices. In the auditor's office, the number of recorded documents increased to 63,000 documents, up 47% from 2019, and electronic recording increased to 75%, enabling staff to record documents while working from home. This was made possible again by deploying new equipment and technologies. The assessor's office implemented an electronic delivery option for businesses and personal property listings and notices, while the new parcel viewer GIS interactive map was launched for public use. The assessor's office also completed the reevaluation of all property in the county and physically inspecting 1/6 of the properties. The treasurer's office continued to maintain access to public services with the deployment of new technology and appointment scheduling system that kept employees and public safe. The treasurer also took steps to postpone the property tax deadline for the first half payments, which created some breathing room for people whose lives were disrupted by the impacts of stay-home orders. Law and justice. Like the rest of the Whatcom County government, Whatcom County Superior Court and District Court endured significant challenges during the past year related to the impact of COVID-19 pandemic. The courts were able to keep their doors open, provide services and access to justice despite having to rapidly adapt to realities presented by the spread of disease. The county prosecutor's office, public defender's office also immediately adjusted to the new reality and worked with the judges to follow the state Supreme Court guidelines and State Department of Health protocols. At the same time, it is important to recognize that the functioning capacity of courts have been severely constrained, causing a significant backlog of unresolved cases. This impacts our entire justice system and people it serves. It will require a special effort and resources to overcome this backlog and return to a properly functioning justice system. Finance and administrative services. Finance department, along with the administrative services teams of facilities, HR, and IT, deserve accolades for a job well done. With their dedication to the work on hand, almost twice the number of annual contracts and transactions were accomplished without additional staff. Despite the uncharted territory of handling additional pandemic-related expenses, threat of a financial turndown, business closures, and high unemployment, they had a plan. They adapted the plan as needed and ended up being quite successful. As of December 31st, 2020, the highlights are the general fund cash balance at the end of the year was $14.9 million, which is higher than the original projections for the 2020 budget. The COVID-19 fund, which started in March 2020 with $4 million loan from the EDI fund, is now close to $12 million. The property tax revenue came in at 99% of the budget. The sales tax revenue were at 96.5% of the budget. Our facilities team oversaw the construction and completion of new crisis stabilization center. This $13 million project more than doubled the number of beds available for detox and mental health stabilization in our county. The center is well designed and staffed with professionals who can get the patient stabilized and ready to enter a longer term and less intensive care environment. It is already changing the lives of our community members for the better. I would like to say a few words about CARES Act funds and how we use them for the benefit of our community. First of all, the most significant achievement we attained was the high level of cooperation and collaboration between the county administration and all 7 cities of the county and the regional economic partnership at Port of Bellingham. All the efforts to manage and mitigate the impacts of this pandemic would not have been possible without this full cooperation across these jurisdictions. We owe a debt of gratitude to all the mayors. Each of them recognized the need of the time and work collaboratively to do the right thing for our community. We pooled the CARES Act funding and planned together to deploy the funds for various programs through joint consultation. We received approximately $26 million in CARES Act allocations for whole county, including all cities. The money was distributed as follows. Over $10 million were spent on public health emergency response. That's Whatcom County Health Department and Whatcom Unified Command staffing, contact tracing, testing, isolation and quarantine, and the current vaccination efforts. Almost $12 million spent on community programs as following. Approximately $5 million to small business support, helping 420 businesses and providing financial support for the Think Local First campaign. $2.6 million in rural school district support for technology, PPE, and other equipment. $1 million to support over 30 local childcare facilities. $1 million for social services, that is behavioral health and human services. A $650,000 in food security to support food banks in Bellingham, Blaine, Foothills, Salvation Army, Ferndale, Project Hope, and Council on Aging, with the acquisition of new equipment and refrigerated delivery trucks. $500,000 in housing assistance with direct support for rent and mortgage payments. $600,000 in homeless shelter for support towards base camp and the temporary shelter at Bellingham High School. Over $500,000 for purchase of tiny homes for unsheltered people in our county. Whatcom County Health Department is currently using the remaining $2.9 million of CARE Act funds for vaccination and COVID-19 testing efforts. Whatcom County Council passed the 2021 and 22 biennial budget with approximately 9% cuts from the 2020 budget. As we continue to see better than anticipated revenues and will have a significant injection of federal aid, I expect there will be reasons to revisit some of the austerity measures which were taken while drafting the budget. In 2021, Whatcom County has received approximately $17 million directly from the U.S. Treasury for rental assistance. And we are working with our housing agencies, including Opportunity Council, to deploy these funds till 2024. Whatcom County agencies were also awarded $8.5 million from Washington State Housing Trust Fund for 4 affordable housing projects to build 170 homes. And these are Luktamish Foundation, that is for Lummi called Eagle Haven, Housing Authority of City of Bellingham, that's Samish Commons Senior, Mercy Housing Northwest, that is Berkeley Family Housing, and Culshan Community Land Trust, that is Telegraph Townhomes. Just 2 weeks ago, Whatcom County Council approved an ordinance under HB 5090 to fund affordable housing and behavioral health services. Together with City of Bellingham's portion, this initiative will provide $5 million annually to be deployed in support of affordable housing in our community. This is the first time that all small cities will be able to bring forward affordable housing projects to leverage funds from state and federal agencies. We are in discussion with all mayors to expand economic development investment funding to support infrastructure for private housing development that would include a certain percentage for affordable housing. We are also working with the Regional Economic Partnership and mayors to reform the Comprehensive Economic Development Strategy, that's the SEDS list, and review the EDI application process for and policies for future projects. Let's talk about American Rescue Plan Act for 2021 and beyond. Everyone is talking about American Rescue Act funds being allocated to Whatcom County and each of the city government. It is expected that a combined total of $150 million is expected to be deployed to all Whatcom County governments, tribes, schools, WTA, childcare, and other entities. We are waiting for guidance from Treasury and anticipating close to $45 million allocated to Whatcom County government over the next 3 years. We will use the lessons learned during the pandemic to deploy these funds in such a way as to have the greatest positive impact on our community. Few updates on other executive initiatives. My administration will continue to work on the priorities laid out at the start of my term in January 2020. These include water settlement. We have continued dialogue with Department of Ecology, Lummi Nation, Nooksack Tribe, Agriculture Water Board, and other caucuses from planning unit to bring out the ideas for solving our water issues. I published a white paper to guide future discussions. We are awaiting a decision from Washington State Legislature on the proposal presented by Department of Ecology to move further on this subject. Affordable housing and economic development. Affordable housing is much more than just housing crisis. It is intertwined with economic development and future tax base for all local governments. Many local companies are finding it difficult to expand and hire new employees because of exorbitant housing costs. Also, potential new companies are weighing the cost of housing as a serious factor when deciding whether to set up business in Whatcom County. With all the industrial land we have available in Whatcom County, new companies are finding it difficult to find ready-to-build commercial industrial land, which is hampering our economic development efforts. Affordable housing is a nationwide issue as average wages have not kept up with average house prices. $500,000 for an average 3-bedroom home is not affordable or sustainable. My administration is working with all mayors to use EDI funds, 1406 funds, and in the near future, the 1590 funds to support efforts to increase inventory of affordable housing in our county. I would like to emphasize that money alone is not a good answer to the affordable housing problem. We must reform our land use policies, increase the buildable lands, create countywide coherent land use policies, and reform the permitting system to incentivize new construction. I'm proposing to develop a wetlands mitigation bank to alleviate many issues for new construction. I will be bringing a resolution to this effect to the county council and seek your support for this initiative. Child and Family Action Plan. This much needed community initiative was proposed by the council in 2021 and 22 biennium budget approval process. We all know that first 1,000 days in the life of a newborn child are most critical for better outcomes in later life. This action plan is being implemented as Council recently appointed the Child and Family Task Force to establish new structures and processes to elevate the well-being of all children and families as a county priority. Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion Commission. A year ago, there were protests in the streets all across America, including right here in Whatcom County. The killings of people of color, some caught vividly on film, provoked outrage and disgust. In the wake of those events, a community listening series on racial inequity was organized by Bellingham Mayor Fleetwood and my office. One of the key takeaways from those discussions was the need for an organized process to promote diversity, equity, and inclusion. Formal discussions have already started to develop a countywide organization under the name of Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion Commission, or a Racial Equity Commission that could examine how we can make our community free from embedded prejudices and inequities and suggest steps local governments can take to rid ourselves of this legacy. I appreciate the County Council accepting my budget request to fund these efforts over the next 2 years. After extensive collaborative work with concerned community members and City of Bellingham, we now have a roadmap for the development of the commission, which will be a community-led process. I anticipate bringing an interlocal agreement forward for the council's approval in very near future. Border communities. Before I conclude, I would like to recognize the special sacrifices made by some of our community members. I want to commend the residents of Point Roberts for their resilience and patience they have shown during the COVID-19 pandemic. This unique community is going through tough challenges because of the closure of the Canadian border and travel restrictions. I will continue to push our federal representatives to find reasonable solution to allow the border to open sooner rather than later for Point Roberts residents. Border closure has caused untold hardships to many families, both in Whatcom County and British Columbia. Canadian business investments, new enterprises, and shoppers are an important part of Whatcom County's economy. Even though commercial traffic has remained open, many small businesses in Sumas, Blaine, and Linden have been significantly impacted financially and socially during this year-long border closure. We hope the border restriction may be relaxed this summer as more and more people receive vaccination in the coming months on both sides of the border. In particular, it would be wonderful if we could celebrate the Peace Arts Centennial in September with open arms and open borders. My report would be incomplete without a message of gratitude to the Whatcom County staff. I would like to my staff in the administration office. I would like to thank our engaged staff for their ongoing enthusiasm, intelligence, and support through my first year as county executive. I knew as a county council member that the staff at Whatcom County were good, but now I know that more than ever, as I have learned what they do and have experienced the depth and breadth of their knowledge, which is invaluable to me. Our combined ability to work across offices and departments and problem solve and support each other has been vital. We learned a lot of lessons, and we learned that we are truly a team with culture that we are all in it together. We are also blessed to have our county many people who volunteer to be on the boards and commissions that provide direct advice and assistance to us in the county government. I applaud their public service, and it has been vital to me this first year, as it will be on an ongoing basis to work with many citizens engaged with local tribes, small city mayors, Mayor Fleetwood, and all our external agency partners in important work of achieving great things for our citizens. Let me end, as I began, with a note of optimism. I have found in this first year of learning that the job is not without challenges and frustrations, but I remain positive about our collective future. I have learned a lot and spoken to countless groups, citizens, and leaders this year, and I will continue to do so. In connection with this, it is more important than ever to be a team. With county council on the legislative side to bring projects and plans to fruition and to move forward in our longer term initiatives. We have a ferry to build, bridges to construct, policy to refresh, and code changes to initiate. When I see agencies come together to solve an issue that impacts the lives of the underserved in our communities, I am hopeful. I'm also hopeful that in the coming months, we will see infection rates decline and vaccination rates increase to the point that we can welcome public back into county offices, provide more in-person services as soon as it is prudent to do so. We will win the battle against COVID. We will also make significant progress on other fronts: housing affordability, community health, and a more inclusive society and a more prosperous county. I will continue to focus on our goals for 2021 and beyond, and I'm fully committed to that end with your support. This concludes my report for this year. Thank you for this opportunity to speak with you and our citizens. Please know that anyone who wishes to contact me on any topic can always do so by contacting my office or sending an email to me. Good evening and thank you.
Thank you, Executive Sadhu, for that message. Any questions or comments from council members? Councilmember Frazee?
Thank you for that. That was a heck of a year. And I just want to thank you for leading us, Executive Sadhu. Yeah. And thanks for the review and seeing how much you've done and we've done all together. And so thanks.
Thank you.
He's hoping you have a little simpler story to report next year.
Yeah, no kidding. Yes, yeah, I agree. Let's have a simpler year this year. So, all right. Thank you, Executive Sadhu. That was a great report.
Thank you.
We'll move on now. We have 3 sets of minutes to approve. Do I have a motion to approve those minutes?
I so moved to approve.
Second.
For a
And a
second.
motion and a second. Any corrections or deletions to these minutes? Seeing none, please call a roll for approval.
Todd Donovan,
Yes.
Ben Ellenboss, Ben Ellenboss,
Yes.
Carol Frazee,
Yes.
Kathy Kirschner,
Yes.
Red Brown,
Yes.
Barry Buchanan,
Yes,
Tyler Bird,
Yes.
that passes 7-0. We'll now move into our public hearings. We have quite a few of them tonight. We have 5. We will go ahead and have everybody turn their cameras off, and we would like to have Kathy roll the video so the public can know how they can participate.
Welcome to the meeting. For instructions on how to join the meeting to speak, please visit whatcomcounty.us/join-virtual-council. Meeting information, including Zoom meeting link, phone number, webinar or meeting ID, and password, are available under the meeting date at the bottom of the page. Members of the public may join the meeting online or by phone. The meeting is broadcast live and recorded. All speakers will have 3 minutes. When you've joined the meeting, please virtually raise your hand to request to speak. To virtually raise your hand online, click the hand icon at the lower area of your screen. To virtually raise your hand by phone, dial *9 on your keypad. Council staff will call on you by the name listed, or if you're joining by phone, by the last 3 digits of the phone number from which you're calling. When called upon to speak, click the microphone icon to unmute, or if joining by phone, wait till you hear a message indicating the host unmuted your phone. Please first state your full name for the record. Staff will announce when your 3-minute speaking time is up. Camera sharing will not be offered at this meeting. Thank you for joining the meeting.
Okay, thank you for that. Our first public hearing is AB 2021-128, which is a resolution to sell county tax title property by public auction. Is there anybody from staff that has anything to, any report for us? Mr. Oliver.
I'm a little hung up here on my video, but this resolution would authorize the sale by public auction of this tax title property for no less than the accumulated taxes, interest, penalty, and cost. And this recommendation passed with a unanimous vote from the Property Management Committee. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. With that, we will open the public hearing. Is there anyone that wishes to speak on this matter?
If you'd like to speak for this particular public hearing, please raise your hand virtually by clicking the hand icon or dialing *9 by phone. The first speaker is Wendy Harris, followed by Amy Myers. Go ahead, please, Wendy. You have 3 minutes.
Hello?
We hear you,
Go
Wendy.
ahead, Wendy.
Okay, yeah, I don't think I signed up for this meeting. I'm sorry, my computer's acting up with the hand, so I didn't intend to.
Okay, thanks, Wendy. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Amy Myers. Go ahead, Amy.
Hello, this is not Amy. This is Mark Ellen Tisland. Just happened to be on her computer. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Well, 3 minutes. There's a lot to say. So I'm going to, I just want to talk about some of the impacts of COVID and how it's affecting some of us that have choices to make about not wearing masks and the way that that's really been discriminated. And I've seen what we can do about that, because we have lots of laws in place here that forbid that sort of behavior. And we would like to see those laws implemented and see them backed up. These have to do.
Excuse me, Speaker. We're specifically on a resolution to sell county tax title property. Is that what you're speaking to?
No, I thought we went past that now. You said nobody opened their.
No, we have not gone past that yet.
Oh, so I got to wait till the COVID related?
I don't even see a COVID related public hearing.
Oh, that's what's on the agenda tonight.
It'll be open session. You can speak.
Okay.
I'll call you again, Mr. Myers, during open session.
Mr.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else signed or wishing to speak for this particular item?
There are no other hands raised at this time.
Okay, we'll close the public hearing. And what would council like to do? Councilmember Donovan?
Move to approve.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Donovan and Byrd. Any discussion on the motion? Mr. Byrd?
Not on the motion per se, but recommendation. We have a couple of public hearings tonight, and I heard Wendy say that she's having some problems with her computer. So maybe we could ask her which one she wants to speak to. So that way we don't end up calling on her every time. Yeah, but that's all. Just
okay. Any other discussion on the motion? Seeing none, please call the roll.
Ben Ellenboss,
Yes.
Carol Frazee,
Yes.
Kathy Kirschner,
Yes.
Red Brown,
Yes.
Barry Buchanan,
Yes.
Tyler Byrd,
yes.
Todd Donovan,
Yes.
That passes 7-0. Okay, our next public hearing is AB 2021-168, which is a resolution declaring the Whatcom County Flood Control District intention to lease property on Emerson Road. This is the council acting as the Flood Control Zone District Board of Supervisors. I do want to take what Tyler suggested to heart. And Wendy, I'm trying to think of a good way for you to communicate to us which of these items you'd like to speak on. Maybe could you drop an email quickly to Dana, and then we would know? That might be the fastest way.
It looks like she's unmuted, Barry. Maybe she could just.
No, or you could tell us. I see you're unmuted.
Yeah, I wanted to talk to this one and the next one.
This one here?
Yeah.
Okay, we will open the public hearing and call on Wendy Harris.
Okay. I don't support this because I think we're losing an opportunity here. We are moving into an unknown future where we know that things are going to have to change. And one of the things we're going to have to change is our farming techniques, because they have been among the most harmful to the biosphere. And so what I'd like to see us do is use this land as an opportunity to try new ways to farm. We have to farm and we have to feed people. But let's look for ways to do this where we're less disruptive of natural ecosystem processes, where we can use less chemicals, maybe a no-till system, really hone in on different cover crops and rotations so that we don't have to use manure and inorganic fertilizers that are bad for the water, the soil, and the air. And there might be some young farmers out there that have new techniques that they'd like to try. I particularly would really like to get away from the burning that we're doing. So I would really hold out on this so that we could try something new that's more forward thinking. Thank you.
Is there anyone else who would like to speak to this item?
There are no other hands raised at this time.
Okay, we will close the public hearing. Council, what would you like to do?
Move approval.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded for approval. Discussion, Councilmember Donovan.
Yep. So I can't tell from the aerial photo how big the piece of property is. How much county land do we have in similar situations that we're leasing for agricultural use? And I don't know who I'm directing that question to, if there's a staff person. Because if it's a lot, it would be interesting to have some sort of policy on how it's operated. But is there any way to find out, is this I'm assuming not the only piece of property that we're leasing there? I see Mr. Hutchins.
Yes. Am I being heard by the council?
Yes.
I agree.
Okay. Wonderful. Thank you. I don't know exactly what the acreage is. I think we have three perhaps parcels that are held by the flood control zone district for flood and related purposes, which of course include wildlife habitat and the like. And much of our flood program is built around the fish, flood, and riparian habitat concern and improvements and the like. There are, I think, these three pieces of property that are on the order of perhaps 10 acres apiece that are agriculturally zoned and have historically been in agriculture, and that are supporting the agricultural economy of that local area when they were purchased by the public. And so the idea over time has been to retain those for their original agricultural purpose. And unless we're going to make some larger policy changes, I would ask that we just move these forward this evening. And if there's an interest by the council in changing the use of those lands from agricultural to something else, or some other kind of agricultural application, then certainly we could talk about that over time. Thank you.
Mr. Donovan?
Yeah, I'm not going to do policy on the fly here. But I was just I'd like to get a sense of how many acres we have, because this looks like it's got a riparian section with some wooded area, and then it's got stuff that's obviously being farmed. But yeah, just in the future, I think it'd be good to know, is it 3 properties, how many acres? But if we're leasing as a county public land for agricultural use, it'd be good to know how much it is, and would we set standards? I'm not talking about like taking it out of agricultural use. That's just a question. So, thanks, John.
Hello, this is Andrew Hester of Public Works. I might be able to clarify some of the detail questions. This property is approximately 6.5 acres. We have another property. The next public hearing is it's about 68 acres, but only about 17 of it's cultivable. And then there was another lease that we've in place that's probably about 10 acres, like John said. So probably all told, we have about, and then 30, 40 acres of farmable property. Yeah.
And Councilmember Kirchner.
Yeah, I just wanted to note that the resolution does restrict the use on this piece of property to only grasses or annual crops or winter cover crops. There's no grazing of animals allowed. And any kind of application of fertilizer or manure requires a farm plan, which I believe we could go through the conservation district for those, or yeah, okay. So there are some controls on exactly what this piece of property would be used for. I'm just trying to address some of Ms. Harris's concerns. So thank you.
Further discussion on the motion? Seeing none, please call the roll.
Carol Frazee,
Yes.
Kathy Kirschner,
Yes.
Red Brown,
Yes.
Barry Buchanan,
Yes.
Tyler Bird,
Yes.
Todd Donovan,
Yes.
Ben Ellenboss,
Yes.
That passes 7-0. Our next public hearing is AB 2021-169, resolution declaring the Whatcom County Flood Control Zone District intention to lease property on Dahlberg Road. This is the council acting as the Flood Control Zone District Board of Supervisors. I think we've got enough of the staff report already, so let's open the public hearing. Is there anyone that wishes to speak?
If anyone would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand virtually by clicking the hand icon on your screen or dialing *9 by phone.
Wendy had mentioned she wanted to speak on both of these, and I see a hand popping up and down, so I'm thinking she's having problems. Maybe we could just unmute her.
Yeah, just try. Yeah, good idea, Tyler. Just unmute her and see if you can get her into our meeting.
Go ahead, please, Wendy.
Let's see here. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Again, the things I said before, I do recognize, as Councilor Kirschner brought out, that there is no livestock farming, which I'm very appreciative, especially on this piece of land. And I believe that's the Nooksack. And if it is, it's a shoreline of statewide significance, which means that it needs to be managed for the long-term interests of all residents of the state. And so that puts us under a different legal standard. And what I'm talking about doesn't change the fact that we're using this for commercial farming. That's what I'd intended to do. We need to feed people. We just need to find ways to do it that aren't destroying the planet and destroying habitat and biodiversity and polluting the air and polluting the water. And given that we're talking about these 3 lots, it doesn't seem overly burdensome. And I think we need to be encouraging. I mean, scientists are writing letters saying, please, you've got to be radical. You've got to show leadership. You've got to step forward. And I don't see us doing that. And I think this is a way to sort of make it easy, maybe for people that have ideas or are creative and maybe otherwise wouldn't be able to afford to do something like this. I also want to point out a problem with the farm plan that's never been discussed. Those farm plans, first of all, they're secretive, and they shouldn't be, because it protects proprietary secrets. There's no proprietary secrets in a farm plan. It's just a matter of which methods apply, and they take it from a number in a book. But it only looks at water. It doesn't look at things like habitat and geologically hazardous lands. And so the farm plan that we get from the conservation district does not meet all the requirements of state and federal law, and that's never been addressed. And one reason it's never been addressed is because it's been kept secret. And I think that's something that we need to take a look at. It's the only law I know of that is kept secret from the people that it's intended to protect. I mean, those farm plans are supposed to protect the public interest in clean air, clean water, blah, blah, blah. This might allow us to work with issues of efficiency. How much crop can we grow? Which crops grow best? How do we rotate them here or there? What kinds of soils can we use? How do we work without disrupting hydraulic flow? That would really be an accomplishment. You know, the less that we interfere with nature, the healthier we're all going to be, and the longer our species and all other forms of life are going to continue on this planet. Thank you.
Are there any other speakers?
There are no other hands raised.
Okay, we'll close the public hearing. Council, what are your wishes? Councilmember Frazee?
Move for approval.
I'll second for debate. I have a question.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Frazee moved, Brown seconds. Go ahead, Mr. Brown.
Is this the same? This is the same property that is the subject of current litigation. Is that correct?
Hello, this is Andrew Hester, Public Works. That's correct.
And then is the plan here? Because my understanding is this was purchased for wetlands mitigation. Is the plan here to lease this for 3 years and then do the wetlands? Is that correct?
Similar to that, we're thinking we won't have the wetland plan developed probably for at least 5 years. So the plan's to lease it for 5 years and then evaluate what we're going to do after that.
Okay, all right. All right, that's my question.
Other discussion on the motion? Okay, seeing none, please call. Oh, go ahead, Ben.
Blended in with my forehead there. I think that we've heard a lot of opinion here recently, and I'd just like to point out that a large
Well, there he goes. We lost him.
Well, the force clearly wasn't with him today.
I'm back.
You're back. Okay, keep going.
Very
Yeah, still we got you.
Key component of regenerative agriculture and farming to fix carbon in the soil is large herbivores. So I hear people. I just don't want the negative connotation around animal husbandry being thrown out there as the gospel. So I'm a little disappointed that we
Are you back?
for the soil.
We lost you after the word disappointed.
Cattle are good for the soil. We should have them on the county land too.
That we heard.
That we heard. Councilmember Kirchner.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that Councilmember Ellenboss didn't think that my comments were against cattle on soil, because I'm trying to find grass-fed meat and grass-fed products right now. So I'm 100% on board with that. What I did want to say, again, to address some of Ms. Harris's concerns, I realize this probably won't address all of your concerns, but we do have the WSU extension program that would be more appropriate for running the kinds of experiments and programs on, various parcels of land in the county, or actually in the region, to determine best practices for the kind of agriculture that you're looking to test. So I just want, and I think you know that too. I just wanted to make sure that the public knew that that there are all sorts of different kinds of programs that the county and the region run to ensure that we're taking care of the environment in the best possible way. I'm going to support this tonight. This is not an area that we would want to be experimenting on, especially since in 3 to 5 years we're going to turn it into a wetland mitigation area. So I will be supporting it.
Any other discussion? Okay, let's vote. Oh, Councilmember Brown?
Yeah, I just want to note that I fully support the lease. There's no question there. But I just want to note that the comment was that we're leasing it while we're working on what we're going to do with it. I would make it clear that whatever we end up, certainly during this period of time, I think it's important that we do everything to ensure we have continued access to the property. So I'll just leave it at that.
Any other discussion on the motion? Okay, let's vote.
Kathy Kirschner,
Yes.
Rod Brown,
Yes.
Barry Buchanan,
Yes.
Tyler Bird,
Yes.
Todd Donovan,
Yes.
Ben Ellenboss,
Yes.
Carol Frazee.
Yes.
That passes unanimously. Next is a public hearing. AB 2021-184 is an ordinance amending Whatcom County Code 9.08.020 unlawful exposure to include an exception for breastfeeding. Anybody want to give us a background on this? Councilmember Frazee?
Yes, currently under our code, it would, in a lot of Whatcom County, it would be illegal for a woman to breastfeed, a person to breastfeed in public or in a public place. So bringing this forward to support breastfeeding, and it's such a, there's so many benefits to breastfeeding if a person chooses to, for the child and the person breastfeeding. So we want to support those people and the health of the child.
Okay, thanks, Councilmember Frazee. With that, we will open the public hearing. Is there anyone wishing to speak?
The first speaker is Wendy Harris. Go ahead, Wendy.
I didn't mean to speak. That's my computer. Sorry.
Okay, next we'll go to the person listed as Amy Myers, which I believe is Mark Allen Tinsland. Go ahead, please.
I'm surprised to hear there's even a law on the books against such a thing. That's a pretty natural process as far as I understand it, since the beginning of time for us as humans. So why would we have something in place like that in the first place, I guess, is something that just overwhelms my consciousness with just the reality of that kind of a law. It seems ridiculous, but if it needs to be voted on, I know that I could probably speak on behalf of many people who are not aware of such things, that let's go ahead and get that kind of a crime off the books, because I don't know how you'd even explain to somebody in a jail cell that you've been arrested for feeding your baby. That's all I had to say on that matter.
Okay, thank you.
The next speaker is Melissa Weisner. Go ahead, Melissa.
Hello, I'm sorry. I just love the previous speaker. My name is Melissa Weisner. Thank you, Carol, very much. I did not know that that law was on the books. And much like the previous speaker, I am flabbergasted that such a law even needs to be voted on. And I thank you very wholeheartedly for finding that as a mother of 2 children who proudly breastfed all over Whatcom County. And also, I just would also like to acknowledge your language forward on the way you presented that on behalf of all people breastfeeding. Really appreciate that. Just as a whole, little special shout out, caught that. Anyway, yeah, that's a silly law, and I'm super glad that she found that for us, and we can just all go ahead and babies are best fed, period. Doesn't matter how you do it as long as the baby's fed. Thanks, guys. Talk to you at the general comment.
The next speaker is Marcus D.
Right, we're gonna get on the road, head up.
We got to.
Go ahead, Marcus.
Go ahead, Marcus.
Can you hear me? This is Mary Stidham, not Marcus.
Go ahead, please.
I just heard that this is a law that needs to be voted on, and like the previous 2 speakers, I was appalled to hear that. I am very against the sexualization of a woman's body, to make it prohibitive for a woman to use her breasts what they are used for, or a person to use their body for what it was created for. So I'm very pleased that Carol Frazee is supporting this, and I hope you all do as well. Thank you very much.
There are no other hands raised at this time.
Okay, we will close the public hearing. What's the wishes of the council? Councilmember Frazee.
For approval.
Second.
Councilmember, it's been moved and seconded. Discussion, Councilmember Frazee. Mute.
I want to clarify that it's not illegal to breastfeed. The code in the books was on unlawful bosom exposure. And I think it came about in the 80s, I believe, because there was nude sunbathing, and also, so there were a lot of reasons, I'm sure. But because of the way it's written, it would be, if someone was breastfeeding in public out in the county, it could be considered illegal. So it wasn't specifically illegal to breastfeed, it was illegal for bosom exposure. Just to clarify that.
Councilmember Donovan.
Yeah, I really want to thank Councilmember Frazee for bringing attention to this. And it's, this section of the code is just weird. So it has, first, I don't know what a legal definition of a bosom is. I don't want to get into that, but in this chapter 9 of the code, it equates women's bosoms with card rooms, kegs of malt liquor, and lewd publications. And we can maybe kind of snicker about that, but if you get a bad prosecutor, let's say, I won't say a bad prosecutor, if you had our previous prosecutor and used sections of this code, it's exposed this county to $1.3 million we lost when McEachran used sections of this code to prosecute the newsstand. So I think this is really good to bring this up, but there's a lot of stuff in there that is problematic. So modifying this is a good first step, but it's just it's a really odd section of code to list women's bosoms with no legal definition, with card rooms, malt liquor, and lewd publications. So thank you, Councilmember Frazee.
Councilmember Kirchner.
Yeah, I want to thank Councilmember Frazee as well. I do have a question, and we brought it up last time we met. And I want to make an amendment. I don't know if this will be supported by the council. I'd like to amend the the Exhibit A. So every place where we have the word person, to change that to female. And so that would be my amendment, is to change the word person to female, and then I'll speak to why.
I'll second that.
Okay. The exhibit starts out, the whole ordinance, as Councilmember Donovan noticed, was it's about making it illegal for a female to expose her bosom. And then there are some different language in there about where and how and all that. But what we're doing today, if this passes, is we're adding an exception for women that are breastfeeding their children. And so I feel like there's two things that I feel like this would be appropriate for. One is to keep the language in the ordinance flowing in the same sort of general language. So if we start with female, we should talk about females. And the second reason is because I do not believe that there's any other form of human other than a female that can breastfeed their children. So I don't think that by using the word female, we would be exclusionary there. And the whole ordinance is about female bosoms. So that is the reason that I make the motion to amend the word person to female.
Okay, discussion on that. Councilmember Donovan.
Maybe I missed it. I just did like a word search. The only place I see person is in the, maybe I'm missing this, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th, whereas about unfair for any person to discriminate against a mother.
I'm sorry, I'm looking at Exhibit A, Councilmember Donovan.
Okay.
So this would be the actual ordinance language, the code language. So my motion would be to change the person in the first paragraph, and then there's several.
I maybe get a different exhibit in my, it says unlawful for any female.
Am I on the wrong one?
I don't know, that's what I'm trying to figure
Oh,
out.
it's unlawful for any female, right? That's how it starts. But then if you keep reading, the language gets changed to person rather than female. And it doesn't flow well, and it could be.
I'm just having trouble finding that, so.
Okay. It's in 9.08.020 unlawful exposure. There's 2 paragraphs, Exhibit A.
This is Kathy Halka with the council office. I just want to clarify as well that there is a substitute ordinance being introduced or being considered during this public hearing tonight. That so you'll want to look at the substitute ordinance.
Yeah, I'm looking at the substitute ordinance just for clarification. I am looking at the substitute ordinance.
Well, while Councilmember Donovan's looking, I will call on Councilmember Frazee.
Yes, and I appreciate Councilmember Kirschner asking last time. You know, we had it as parents to begin with, and then her suggestion to be more inclusive, we changed it to person. So I thank her for that suggestion. I feel the word person is better than female because there are people who do lactate, who do not identify as female. And I believe that the word person is more inclusive. And that's why I think that person would be the best word to put in the ordinance.
So I guess just to play devil's advocate, Councilmember Frazee, a person that didn't identify as a female would not be subject to this particular county code because only females are not to expose their bosoms in public, if that makes sense. So the person not identifying as a female could expose their bosom and not be against this county code. I know it sounds crazy, but it's because it is kind of crazy. So men men, I mean, if we break it down to the simplest form, men are not, don't fall in under this county code. They can expose their chest, and females do and fall under this county code. Hence the exception for the breastfeeding that we're adding tonight, because females breastfeeding should not fear that they are breaking the law. So, I just think it would, I sat on the council before when there was a particular member that used language that wasn't consistent in our county codes. And I feel like that made several things very confusing and down the road confusing when they're being interpreted by legal or just anybody that wants to know what our county code says. So I am just trying to make an effort to make it consistent and make sense.
Councilmember Donovan?
I did find the revised, I was looking at the wrong thing, but just in response to if men could expose, the way it's written, men could expose their bosom. The way it's written, men can pretty much expose whatever they want. That sounds so messed up about this thing. And I'm not encouraging that.
Councilmember Brown?
Yeah, I support Ms. Frazier's change, but for quite a different reason, in that if you leave the language as person, you eliminate the need for a law enforcement officer to make any determination about gender. If you put in a gender descriptor or parent, then you, by definition, you force him to have to inquire as to whether the person is a parent or whether the person is female. And I think the average police officer simply would rather have to have that responsibility, and it could result in some very awkward moments. So I think person is just frankly a lot more sensible for everybody.
Any, Councilmember Kirschner?
Yeah, I just want to also say that I don't think, I haven't researched this, but I have never heard of any law enforcement official arresting a woman for breastfeeding her child in Whatcom County. So I think we have Mike Hilly, but I'm not going to call on him to answer that. I just think that I don't know, Councilmember Brown, if law enforcement's going to question if they see a person breastfeeding a child, if it's a woman or a man, in order to apply this code to them. I guess, you know, in some universe that might happen. I don't think it will here. But, you know, to me, it sounds like it might be more of a political statement to continue to use the word person rather than female. And I respect Councilmember Frazier's efforts to do that. And I have nothing else to say about it.
Okay, Mr. Donovan was next, then Mr. Brown, then over to Ms. Frazier.
Yeah, I guess I concur with Ms. Kirschner. I think it's not law enforcement, but prosecutors might use this code as it is. And we've had a prosecutor who's used sections of this code in ways that you would never expect law enforcement to prosecute a place that sold the Sydney Morning Herald. And it costs us a lot of money. So I think it's good that we fix this.
Mr. Brown?
Yeah, I mean, these laws are on the books because in the past, people have complained that this was inappropriate. That's why the law is there in the first place. And if let's say someone's at the mall and they see someone breastfeeding and they say, well, that's illegal. And they go to an officer and say, that is illegal. And the officer says, well, it's only illegal if the person is this. Then you force them into that situation. I think I can't imagine an officer in this county voluntarily asking the question unless they're pushed to by someone who files a complaint. So let's give the officer the ability to say it's not illegal and it's not my responsibility to check the gender.
Councilmember Frazier?
Yes, I whenever we say something's political, it's just being inclusive is not political. It's just being inclusive. And I personally know 3 people who identify as male, but if they chose to, they can lactate. And that's not political. This is just being inclusive. And the main reason this is to be put forward is, we want to support, as a county council, we want to support breastfeeding. If a person chooses to, like I said, the health benefits for everyone involved is just amazing. So the more we can support that, whoever that person is, allow it to happen. And that's where I stand.
Any further discussion?
Hey, Barry, this is Tyler.
Go ahead, Tyler.
Excuse my naiveness on this, but it's a genuine question. Oftentimes, the legal definitions have different meaning than the meaning the rest of us use for a word. And I'm just curious, I know the meaning and the definition of genders is kind of evolving right now, but is it also evolving in the legal sense as far as the legal definition goes? Or is it still specific to biological, or I'm not sure how that plays out. Anyone know?
Doesn't sound like it. Councilman Frazee, did you have an answer to that, or you just want to speak further on the motion?
I believe that the word person is legally sound in this. I checked with it, and it's person can be used in this ordinance and be inclusive and not exclude anyone.
Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown.
Yeah, just to support Ms. Frazee on another issue. The being inclusive is the opposite of being political. When you're not inclusive, you are being political.
Okay, so the motion is to amend right now. We're amending the word person to read female in Exhibit A. Any further discussion? Please call the roll.
Barry Buchanan,
No.
Tyler Bird,
We're voting on Kathy's amendment.
correct. This is a motion to change the word person to female in Exhibit A.
Okay, gotcha. I just want to make sure. Barry's no threw me off for a second. That was the other way. So yes.
Todd Donovan,
No.
Ben Ellenboss,
Yes.
Carol Frazee,
No.
Kathy Kirschner,
Yes.
Fred Brown,
No.
That fails 3-4. So that brings us back to the main motion, which is the ordinance itself. Any further discussion on that motion? Okay, please call the roll.
Fred Brown,
Yes.
Barry Buchanan,
Yes.
Tyler Bird,
Yes.
Todd Donovan,
Yes.
Ben Ellenboss,
Yes.
Carol Frazee,
Yes.
Kathy Kirschner,
Yes.
That passes unanimously. Our final public hearing is AB 2021-190, an ordinance imposing an interim moratorium on the acceptance and processing of applications and permits for new or expanded outdoor recreational cannabis growing and or processing facilities. Do we have a staff report?
Amy Keenan, Planning and Development Services. PDS has no staff comments at this time, but will be available to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you so much, Amy. Okay, let's go ahead then and open the public hearing. And is there anyone ready to speak?
The first speaker is Dan Johnson. Go ahead, Dan. Please state your full name for the record. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Perfect. Thank you. Good evening, members of the council. Thank you for having me. I am in opposition of AB 2021-190, a moratorium relating to the cannabis industry in Whatcom County. For the record, I am not a user of the product, but I object to this moratorium based on principle. The ordinance cites in part that over the last few weeks, the Council, Executive, Planning Commission, and PDS have received complaints from residents adjacent to existing and proposed cannabis facilities regarding excessive odor, lighting, and potential water usage, suggesting that the county's cannabis regulations may not, quote, be sufficient. Well, I mean, no kidding. They're grow operations. They smell, they need water, they need lights to grow, and they are similar to other agricultural ventures. For the record, chicken fertilizer stinks. Cow manure also stinks. And crops need water to grow. In a county where the local tribes are in a wrestling match with non-tribal members over water rights, it is no wonder that this is one of the things being cited as a concern. I will say that the 30,000-foot overhead view of this moratorium follows a pattern of the leadership in Whatcom County continually making it hard for farmers to operate locally, and the cannabis industry is no different. These farmers are also business owners that contribute to the local and state economy by paying taxes, and just like other corporations, they have bills. They have equipment, they have property, and they have employees. I wouldn't support this in a perfect economy, nor am I supporting it now, especially in a climate where everyone is doing their best to stay afloat. The Whatcom County's proposal to handcuff these agricultural farmers, employers, and business owners is, in my opinion, government overreach, and it should be denied as a moratorium. Thank you very much for having me.
The next speaker is a caller joining from a number beginning in 360 and ending in 199. Go ahead, please state your full name for the record. You have 3 minutes.
My name is Rainbow Madison Walker. I live in Kendall. I represent over 40 people in my community who support this interim moratorium. We feel this is a necessary and logical step to protect our rural communities until our county marijuana ordinance can be reviewed. Again, this moratorium would not affect existing or pending permits. It would only temporarily halt new permitting. It is not our intention to harm the cannabis industry, only to reconsider how and where it is appropriate to place these operations. As we draw closer to federal legalization, big venture capitalists stand poised to take over the marijuana industry, and our current county codes do not appear to prevent this. Therefore, this moratorium is not only protective of our rural communities, it can also help protect our local small-scale cannabis operations from being pushed out by larger corporate interests moving into the area. Our rural zones and rural residential communities are not appropriate locations for industrial-scale operations of this kind. Washington State has clearly stated that cannabis is not agriculture. Whatcom County has stated that cannabis is commercial. So to construe this as being strictly agriculture is incorrect. Our Foothills Sub-Area Comprehensive Plan emphasizes the need to maintain rural character. We do not feel that intensively bright Thunderdome type lighting from tens of thousands of square feet of greenhouses, widespread pervasive odor for months at a time, large enclosed warehouses with loud industrial exhaust fans, and armed guards who imply violence and or directly threaten passing neighbors are conducive to maintaining rural character and a healthy community. We have also observed that the county does not seem to have the infrastructure to adequately regulate industrial cannabis operations in the rural zone. Recently, we were told that there are over 400 violation complaints to be investigated in Whatcom County and only 2 officers to do this work. Thus, it appears unwise to leave the door open in regards to ever more cannabis operations while we wait for a code review to make these things clear. We need time to decide together how we want to address these issues. This moratorium gives us time, so we are asking the council to please implement this protective moratorium. Thank you.
The next speaker is listed as Jessica, and then we'll go to Todd Baker and Laurent. Go ahead, Jessica. Please state your full name for the record. You have 3 minutes.
My name is actually Kenny Hubbard. I'm Jessica Hubbard's wife. My wife and I own a small cannabis company that we've been working at for 5 years, and we've scrimped and saved to be able to expand. And just recently found out when we were looking at moving forward in the permitting process that something is changing, and caught us off guard. I don't know why the rules and regulations are changing at this point in time. There is lots of jobs and revenue that are created with the cannabis industry. It is an agricultural product. There's ways to mitigate some of the problems with light deprivation and blackout exhaust fans, etc. It's agricultural. There will be odors throughout the summer, but it is an agricultural product. I am not in favor of any more rules and regulations. We're probably one of the highest regulated industries in Washington State, between the Washington State Liquor and Cannabis Board and the counties and every other entity that we've had to go through to move this along. But this is not going to help us. All the questions we have and anxieties are brought up every time that there's more action to be brought upon. I think there's better things that the county can do with their time and the environment, but cannabis growers and farmers are good stewards of our environment, and we try to be good to our neighbors. And that's about it. So I am not in favor of any more rules or regulations in regards to cannabis. There are plenty out there already. It's been 5 years, 7 years since they passed legalization in Washington State. Thank you for your time, council members.
The next speaker is Todd Baker, followed by Laurent and then Mark Ambler. Go ahead, Todd. Please state your full name for the record. You have 3 minutes.
Hi there, my name is Todd Baker, and I'm a resident of the Deming community. Appreciate you giving everybody time to talk and discuss this issue tonight. My first statement is that Washington State doesn't acknowledge marijuana as agriculture. It's industrial. Therefore, I don't think it should be treated the same. It should be located in an industrial area, not in a rural community setting. Light, smell, environmental issues. There's lots of issues with these farms, and the county doesn't have staff or the rules or any of the tools needed to regulate or coordinate with other agencies. So we just want to, take a pause and institute a moratorium so everybody can take a look at these rules and see what the problems are and really get a good grip on what we want to allow or not allow in our communities. And my other issue is indoor versus outdoor. there's a really gray area between indoor and outdoor, and I'm not really sure what that definition is at this point. They kind of overlap, and that scares me and makes me wonder that people can use that as a loophole and say, oh well, the ban is on one and not the other. They're two similar issues and similar operations, so I think they should be treated the same, and I think the moratorium should apply to both. I think that there are other agencies that need to get involved. I think the lack of oversight and lack of county staff and the ambiguous rules that we have out there, I just don't think they're strong enough to protect us in the future for when bigger corporations, companies, or whatever want to come and take over. And I don't think that the marijuana industry itself can police itself. I don't think they have the tools either. And I really appreciate everybody's time tonight. And that's what I've got. Thank you.
The next speaker is listed as Laurent. Go ahead, please. State your full name for the record. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity to participate in tonight's meeting. My name is Laurent Benetou, and I'm an owner of a Tier 3 facility in Deming. I've been in this industry for about 7 years, and I'm still a bit incredulous that we're still talking about moratoriums for an industry that's operated for 7 years with very few negative externalities. Cannabis is now employing thousands of people across the state, and as an industry, it contributes more money back to the general fund than perhaps any other industry. In fact, if we looked at it, the businesses that were deemed essential during this last pandemic, cannabis was put ahead of thousands of other businesses. The arguments that I hear being put forward by a very small number with fairly outdated moral proclivities against this industry threatens to damage the progress made by so many small business people. The arguments I've heard put forward include those of light and odor. However, when I drive by hundreds of businesses in Whatcom County, such as malls, refineries, and just about every business I see, countless examples of light pollution. Yet I don't see the topic of put a moratorium on every other business in the county that emits light. When I drive up the Gride Meridian, as I did today, I encountered the strong smells of manure, as is found across the county from farms, ranches, chicken processing. When I drive by fast food places, I'm met with the smell of strong food. And when I go by the local dump, I smell the rotting trash. Yet I don't see a motion to limit those businesses or to put moratoriums in place. I also want to say that I routinely eat meat, dairy, chicken, fast food, and I use a local dump. So I accept the externalities of these businesses as a part of the commercial business. They provide goods and services that we need, and I'm certainly not advocating the moratorium of their services. I think we should look objectively at cannabis and see it as indeed a green business. It produces thousands of plants that remove CO2 from the atmosphere. It produces products that are used by large percentages of the community with 0 deaths, unlike alcohol or other recreational products. Every weekend, you can read in the paper about alcohol-related deaths in Whatcom County, yet I see no motion for a moratorium on the use, sale, or production of alcohol. If we want to engage in a rational discourse on cannabis greenhouses, then let's look at some regularly available technology such as blackout screens that black out 100% of light emissions, look at carbon filters that eliminate 100% of the odors in greenhouses. But what we should do is treat this industry, the hundreds of small business owners and the hundreds of employees, like they're doing something right. Let's not treat them improperly. Knee-jerk moratoriums are an outdated method to penalize law-abiding entrepreneurs to placate a small number of really vocal Puritans. Lastly, each time I watch the news, I see that Whatcom County is struggling with the loss of good jobs and employers. I'm not sure why we'd consider penalizing a high-growth industry that bring a lot of jobs to the county. And I'm going to close on the fact that the vast majority of people support recreational cannabis, and I believe it's the county's role to affirm and support the will of these people. Thanks for the opportunity this evening.
The next speaker is Mark Ambler. Go ahead, Mark. Please state your full name for the record. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, just checking to see if you hear me.
Yes, go ahead, please.
Okay, my name is Mark Ambler. I'm a Tier 1 cannabis farmer in Bellingham and also founded the Tier 1 Producers Association. My family has been in Bellingham for 30 years. My wife and I have 2 daughters, Bree and Gigi. We named our cannabis farm Bree's Trees after our eldest daughter because someday it's going to be her and her sisters. But you know, Gigi wasn't alive yet when we named it. So I work 7 days a week, and my revenue a year is $25,000. That's why I asked LCB for more canopy, and I told them if they allow it, I'm going to plant outdoor because all I do is take pots and put a weed mat out and put the pots on top of the weed mat, and it's so cheap. So this ban would keep me and my daughters from expanding our poverty level income business. So it's a personal issue for me. And so I look into this and I think, okay, what is it if I was Rainbow Walker? You know, what would I do? And I would go to WAC 314-55-160, which gives detailed specific instructions on how to object to the issuance of the cannabis license. That's if it's a new one. And 314-55-165 gives detailed specific instructions on how to object to a renewal. So both of these laws were put in place by our politicians in the state so that there's exact criteria for what to do at each step if you don't want a cannabis license in your county or near you. You know, we have to go through SEPA. It's the most difficult business to keep alive, to be quite honest. I can't believe you guys haven't found a way to shut down that one that you don't like. But instead, you want to cripple our county, which I looked out of all the counties in Washington state that are greater than 100,000 people, Whatcom County has the highest density of cannabis farmers. You guys get that? Like, this is where you go if you want to learn. Western Washington just started a cannabis training program, the first in our state. You know, we have an annual Bellingham Bud Fest. I mean, if you guys don't get on the cannabis train, do you really get Whatcom County is my concern. And, you know, every time somebody says this is big business and everything like that, you can come to my farm and I'll show you watering but with 5-gallon buckets, and you'll understand why I'm shaking right here while you're trying to shut down my business for my kids. Okay, thanks.
The next speaker is listed as Virginia Neff. Then we'll go to David Hageth, and then the attendee listed as CK. Go ahead, Virginia. Please state your full name for the record. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Virginia Neff. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Thank you. My address is 5420 Saxon Road, about 3 miles south of Acme, and I live directly next door to a small marijuana growing operation. And I just want to say that they are excellent neighbors. I've never had any problems. There is occasionally some odor, but like a previous caller, it's just an odor. I also smell cow manure from a different neighbor, and it really doesn't bother me very much. And some of the points brought up by the other people involved in the industry I think are very valid. One concern I have is that many times moratoriums don't go away. They become permanent. And I wouldn't want to see that happen. I think this is a vibrant industry. It hires local people that don't have to have a college degree, and yet provides, you know, a pretty good income for them. So I personally would be against this moratorium. So thank you for your time.
The next speaker is listed as David Hageth. Go ahead, David. Please state your full name for the record. David Haggith. Go ahead, please.
There, I was muted. My name is David Haggith. Can you hear me okay?
Can you state your name again, please?
Dave Haggith. So Whatcom, one of the reasons Whatcom County has the high density of cannabis farmers is because the county government is operating contrary to state law, unlike other counties. So I want to point out that contrary to what some have said tonight, marijuana is not an agricultural product. That misunderstanding is exactly why a moratorium is needed, because the county is operating against state law, treating marijuana grow operations as, quote, agricultural. Legally, they are not agriculture. RCW 82.04.213 expressly states agricultural product, in quotes, does not include marijuana, usable marijuana, or marijuana infused products. More to the point, RCW 15.60.021 states the terms agriculture, farming, horticulture may not be construed to include or relate to marijuana, usable marijuana, or marijuana infused products unless the applicable term is explicitly defined to include marijuana. Now, I have not seen any place the county has explicitly defined marijuana agriculture. So when Director Personia said at an earlier planning meeting that the county treats marijuana grow operations as agriculture with a small a, I'll point out that is exactly what the is doing. That is what construing means. It means treating it as if it is agriculture with a small a when it is not agriculture. The only permissible county can treat marijuana as agriculture under the RCW is if it legally and explicitly defines it as such. So unless I'm seeing that legal definition, the county has been and is operating outside of state law. Now, I don't know why you want to define it as agriculture, and the state itself has, which made marijuana legal, has not defined it as agriculture and has chosen to lean against that, stating in its own position it shall not be treated as agriculture. The county could save itself a world of headache by treating it as light industry, placing it in industrial and commercial zoning where it's lightly any issue, because those areas Beneteau drove by that emit lots of light are industrial areas, not agricultural areas, and require that it be grown indoors where both the lighting can block and the air can be contained and filtered with charcoal filters through exhaust fans. And then the county will avoid a lot of problems. It won't smell like a skunk farm, and it'll make a big difference in property values, because I know I deliberately did not buy a property just last week or 2 weeks ago because I found out it was located next to a huge pot farm, and I voted to support marijuana and make it legal.
The next speaker is listed as CK, and then we'll go to Misty Flowers, Kendi, and Holly Kuhn. Go ahead, CK, please state your full name for the record. It looks like I'll need to promote you. You're using an older version of Zoom. Just a second, CK. Go ahead, CK. We won't be using a camera, but you're welcome to unmute yourself, and you have 3 minutes. Please state your full name for the record.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Hello? Hi, my name is Charlene Noft. I appreciate that the council is considering a moratorium, and with this, I'm also hoping this will stop the expansions of already permitted cannabis grow operations until the rules and regulations can be imposed. I don't believe that marijuana grow operations are being well monitored or even checked on to make sure they are following the protocol of what is already expected of them. I believe Some are already out of their footprint and of what they are permitted for. I hear we do not have enough manpower to enforce the rules as they are currently written. How are the already overloaded workers in Whatcom County going to monitor expanded or newly permitted operations? I'm especially concerned about one of the operations at 6359 Mount Baker Highway. They are in very close proximity to Kendall Creek, which feeds the salmon hatchery, and where fish come to spawn. Where are the runoffs from these chemical fertilizers going? What is it going to do to the water quality? And what effect is it going to have on our salmon? Is there someone that is monitoring the creek? I'm worried about the water usage and where they're getting their water. Will this have impacts on the neighboring wells around them? Why are these marijuana grow ops not being made to be in commercial properties? I wouldn't care if they were there. The marijuana grow operations that have already been put into rural settings is very disconcerting to the many people that are living around them. The reason people move to these rural areas is to get away from the hubbub and to experience the fresh air and to be able to see the stars at night. The rural people did not know or understand the effects that would have on them, i.e. the light pollution and the terrible odor that they have to endure, and how it would change their life, especially during the beautiful summer months when the odor is overpowering. I myself have lived here for 40 years. I went to school here, raised my children here, and last summer it got so bad I couldn't go outside at times because of the odor, which, if you haven't never experienced it, smells like a skunk. Now imagine not being able to trap or ever rid yourself of that odor. My daughter would not come with my only grandchild because she could not tolerate the odor and said she would not have her child subjected to it. The one that is near me, and may I mention, it's on a scenic highway. I have to drive by it daily to go to work, and it's a terrible eyesore. They have razor wire and a building, which is not supposed to be used for anything but storage, but has everything else laying outside. It's strung around like a homeless camp. They've left their bales of hay out to rot in the fields, which is not only a slap in the face to the farmers, but ugly, and tells me they do not care about the community they live in or how they feel about the beauty of our homes and land. I am concerned about the property values of all the households this affects. No one is going to want to purchase any property close to these types of places. I'm concerned for the crime that it brings to the area, as obviously do the owners of these marijuana operations, as they have huge signs that state warning, electric fencing, armed patrols, video surveillance, guard dogs. How can they put something that has these things so close within a mile of an elementary school? I would
Thank you,
just
Charlene. Your time is up. Could you please spell your last name?
KnaUft.
Thank you. The next speaker is Misty Flowers. Go ahead, Misty.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Hi, Council. Thank you for your time. My name is Misty Flowers, and I'm calling on behalf of Be Brave Washington, a growing group of Whatcom County citizens organizing to end emergency orders in Whatcom County and fully reopen as soon as possible. Despite our Whatcom County Health Department's lack of transparency on tracking hospitalizations and deaths, we as local citizens are working together, and we understand these emergency orders have been unnecessarily prolonged, causing serious financial and psychological trauma to those suffering most from these lockdown measures. In 2020, according to the hospital data, 28 people have died in the St. Joseph's
Hey,
Hospital.
Misty, this public hearing is on a specific ordinance. We'll allow you to speak on COVID regulations when we get to the open session.
Oh, I apologize. I thought this was open session.
No, this is a public hearing on an ordinance imposing an interim moratorium on the acceptance and processing of applications and permits for new or expanded outdoor recreational cannabis growing operations or processing facilities.
Okay, thank you. I've been actually watching, but somehow I thought somebody moved on to another topic. I apologize.
Okay, that's okay, Misty. Thank you.
It gets confusing.
Yeah.
The next speaker is Ken D, followed by Holly Kuhn. Go ahead, please, Ken. State your full name for the record. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Council. My name is Ken Damarad. I'm in District 2 and speaking as a private citizen. I'll be pretty brief. I have one major concern about any moratorium, and I use the Cherry Point moratorium as an example about how they can be extended and extended and extended with no actual solutions being presented. while still impacting the livelihood of the people who can't move forward with their industry. So what I would suggest to the council versus establishing a complete moratorium, put a temporary change to the approval process in place, which actively engages the property owners or people that are directly impacted by that particular applicant's request to open up a marijuana grow operation, namely homeowners that directly border within a certain circumference of the location or the border of the location, other industries or other affected parties, so that the people that are making decisions or weighing in on decisions about a specific application are the ones that will be directly impacted versus making decisions for people on the other side of the county. That's all that I have. Have a great night.
The next speaker is Holly Kuhn, and if anyone else would like to speak for this public hearing, please raise your hand virtually by clicking the hand icon or dialing *9 if you're joining by phone. Go ahead, Holly. Please state your full name for the record. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Executive CDO and County Council members. For the record, my name is Holly Kuhn, and I'm here this evening to speak in favor of the emergency moratorium. I don't have a prepared speech, and I'm going to try to keep this short, but I do want to point out a couple of things. First, this is not an anti-marijuana action that we're asking you to take tonight. I know most of the people that have spoken in favor of this moratorium tonight, and I don't know of a single one of them that is opposed to marijuana. Rather, this is about appropriate zoning in Whatcom County. As a council that sets the zoning regulations, your job is to make decisions that are best for residents of Whatcom County. And right now, Whatcom County has the most permissive regulations, zoning regulations, land use regulations around industrial marijuana of any of our surrounding counties and many counties on the east side. There's counties in Washington state that have outright banned industrial marijuana in the counties. So it makes Whatcom County a pretty attractive place to be. And I don't hear anyone tonight saying we don't want the marijuana industry in Whatcom County. What we are saying is we want the marijuana industry in Whatcom County in a way that is appropriate to the visions for land use and the way that we want our county to be now, 5 years from now, 20 years from now. And I do believe that this moratorium is necessary where we take another look at the zoning regulations that, you know, were made with all the best intentions with the information we had at the time. So I really appreciate the speed you guys have moved on this. I know that the wording of the moratorium proposal that's in front of you tonight has gone through lots of iterations. And again, really appreciate your engagement on this and urge you to vote yes for an industry that is not agriculture tonight until we can really take a look at this. Thank you very much for your time.
The next speaker is a caller by phone. The phone number begins in 206 and ends in 476. And then we'll go to Rosemary Van Beek. Go ahead, please, caller, with the phone number starting in 206, ending in 476. State your full name for the record, please.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Okay, my name is Stephen Bailey, and I live just above the junction of the North and Middle Forks of the Nooksack, upwards of Deming. And I find that I'm very pleased with a number of the comments that have been made. They sound like people are putting good, solid thought into this issue. I'm calling in favor of the emergency moratorium. And I'd like to just make a few points in response to some of the points that have been made. First of all, having been a landowner in the county, I've found that zoning is a very important issue that affects everyone in the area around the property as well as particular properties. And I definitely feel that large growing operations that reach a point of being able to be defined or described as industrial should not be allowed in rural areas. I also feel that I'm very much in support of the marijuana industry in the county. I think it's a really good thing with innumerable benefits. And at the same time, the comment that was made in regards to the state of regulation of the industry, indoor and outdoor, is rather still in early stages of refinement. And I feel that the moratorium is necessary and should be rigorously responded to by the county council so as to preclude the dragging out of the moratorium as was commented on for Cherry Point by one of the earlier callers. It should be resolved. The situation should be addressed and resolved as soon as possible and given a high priority, considering the tax base that it's tax funding it's bringing into the county and the jobs it's providing. But I do feel that it is necessary to address a number of those things. I agree with several of the callers who are growers that there are some established regulations that may be too onerous or too strict or too limited.
Stephen,
Yes.
thank you for your comments. Your time is up.
Okay. Thank you for your time.
The next speaker is Rosemary Van Beek. Go ahead, please.
Yes, my name is Rosemary Van Beek, and I have a problem with the illegal growers in the county that have established. I understand there's about 60 to 80 when I first called the sheriff on one that is in my neighborhood. Discovered it in December. Actually, the current cannabis growers should want something done about this also because they're taking part of their market. I've been keeping a diary since I discovered this processing center grower next door to me, which is in a 5-acre single family dwelling neighborhood. I've written the House members, the senator, the sheriff, the DA, the Cannabis Commission, as well as others about the situation. I've received letters back from a couple of these entities, one being House Representative Sharon Shoemake, and it does say that her letter does say that this does not count as agriculture. Apparently, there's no law enforcement that will ever take any action against these illegal growers. And this moratorium does not address that, which I am unhappy with because I think that this needs to be addressed completely. If there's this many growers in the area that are illegal, that do have no permit, no license, and they just set up an operation. And this grower that is beside me has made me ill in my yard. I came in one whole weekend trying to work in my yard with my nose burning, headache, and nausea just from trying to work in my yard. And these things have got to be addressed in some form or fashion. The Cannabis Board says they do not have enough law enforcement and they will not do anything about it either. So there's got to be an agency that it will handle this kind of matter. Thank you.
If anyone else would like to speak for this public hearing, please raise your hand virtually by clicking the hand icon if you're joining by computer, or if you're joining by phone, you can dial *9 on your phone. Again, this is a public hearing for recreational cannabis growing permits and applications. The next speaker is Eliza Steele. Go ahead, please, Eliza, and then we'll go to Gwen Garrett and Susan Winnagel.
Hi, and for the record, my name is Eliza Steele. I just would like to thank the council and everybody that's spoken tonight on this issue on both sides. I think that it's a very interesting topic, and it's something that has to be talked about with groups of people. The reason why it kind of has come to my attention honestly has to do with zoning issues and codes. I had a lengthy conversation with the planning department about these, specifically around outdoor grows. And it was just interesting that they kind of acted like their hands were tied around it based on what the codes say. And so that kind of started to highlight the issues of the non-descriptive aspects of the codes. And unfortunately, I think that the reason why the codes need to get addressed is because the codes are getting abused. I think it would not be an issue if they were being abided by and not just ignored by some growers. And it's really sad to hear the concern and worry of other growers that are being affected by this, because it's not necessarily their fault. And it's not everybody growing that is creating these issues that need to get addressed. And I think that, you know, looking at what other counties have done, these moratoriums have actually been pretty common practice as this industry has evolved. So even though it's been a little while since it was legalized, I think that no one had fully understood how this was going to unfold and how it continues to unfold, and that these things do need to have to be continually looked at so that it is working out for everyone who lives in Whatcom County. Yeah, and so I think one of the main things is that some of these grows have, you know, they just are allowed into, say, R10 zoned areas when they're allowed to continually expand and become an industrial size operation. And that's something that currently is allowed per codes. And so that's why, you know, I think this moratorium is something that is being brought up and needs to be looked at. It's not meant to go on forever. If you look at other counties, like it's not something that has carried on and on and on for like 6 years. I think everyone keeps using the example of Cherry Point. So anyway, that's not really historically how this has happened with these specific moratoriums for these ordinances of marijuana. And I would also like to say for the record that I am absolutely for marijuana. This is not a Puritan statement belief system. This is actually talking about an industry rather than being taboo about the word marijuana. Thank you. Have a good night.
The next speaker is Gwen Garrett. Go ahead, Gwen. Go ahead, Gwen Garrett. Please state your full name for the record. You have 3 minutes. I think we're having trouble hearing you. Can you try again, please? We'll go ahead to our next speaker, Susan Winnagel. Go ahead, please, Susan. Please state your full name for the record. You have 3 minutes.
Yes, my name is Susan Winnagel, and I live in the Deming area. And I really do hear what is being said tonight from the smaller growers. I do support the moratorium. It's not to hurt the smaller growers. It's to establish codes that can actually be enforced. It's to set up some sort of an enforcement for a particular operation that's actually industrial and is not rural. And especially when you move into tier 3 operations and their expansions, those are industrial businesses. There was comments made this evening that, that there's expectations when you drive down the guide meridians of all kinds of smells and odors and lights. Well, that's not the expectation in a rural area. So if you're going to put a tier 3 operation in a rural 10 area, you really need to consider all of those comments that were made about the McDonald's smells or the smells from fast foods and the smells from all of the industrial complexes that are going along the guide meridian, because those are the smells that are down there. They're not in rural areas other than dairy farms, which are highly regulated. So I just don't understand why we're putting industrial businesses in rural areas and making rural farmers and homeowners have to pay for this. There just needs to be some sort of a code regulation. There needs to be some sort of a stop, and let's reevaluate, especially the large operations. They have no business in rural 10. Thank you very much.
The next speaker is Wendy Harris. Go ahead, Wendy.
I wasn't intending to speak.
Okay. Sorry about that. If anyone else would like to speak, I'll go back to Gwen Garrett. Go ahead, Gwen, see if we can hear you this time. Go ahead, please, Gwen. Gwen Garrett.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, please state your full name for the record. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, my name's William R. Garrett. I'm Gwen's husband, and thank you for listening. We live real close to Big Grow up here, close to Kendall, and I'm not really understanding why, this is happening so quickly. We're definitely for a moratorium. We've got one grow op here. This person is making inquiries on all the land around here. The county's done a lot of work to upgrade this end of the county. We have the resource center out here now, and we got a new library, and we even have a manned fire department now. I mean, they've done really well. And I'm afraid that if they're not careful, they're creating a monster out here. They're going to ruin this whole end of the county. We have people moving away. There's a lot of people that are selling their property and moving away. They can't stand the smell. It's I just don't understand why they're just letting them grow. It's just a huge animal that's it's going to be really hard to stop in the future. Now, they put moratoriums on all kinds of things. They have moratoriums on big box stores in Bellingham for a while. It's nothing new. They just want to take some time and think about things. I don't see anything wrong with that. And it's not going to affect these grow ops that are already going, the ones that want to expand and get a lot bigger. I just don't know why they're going to be allowed to do this in an agriculture or a zoning. And we're starting to have a nice community here, and it's going to be ruined. It's got a lot of us really upset. And I think the county owes us the opportunity to take a better look at this and keep going. Now, you've got grow ops that called in here tonight, and of course they don't want anything to do with the moratorium because their bottom line is to make money. We just we're here, we want to live here. We don't want to have to move out. But if you let it go, that's what's going to happen. And it's not going to make you guys look very good in the future. I really appreciate you listening to me. And thank you very much for the time.
If anyone else would like to speak during this public hearing, please raise your hand virtually. You can raise your hand virtually by clicking the hand icon or by dialing *9 if you're joining by phone. There are no other hands raised at this.
Okay, thank you, Kathy. We will now close that public hearing. And council, what would you like to do? Councilmember Donovan. Mr.
Yeah,
Brown,
thanks.
move.
Thanks for all the comment there. So this is a procedural. I've got a lot of substantive things, but we should check with the clerk on this. The item that's actually up for the hearing was the proposal for moratorium just on outdoor grows. So we have now this revised proposal that's more encompassing. So I think we have a couple options here. We can, and Dana, if you're there, we can dispose of this one that we're actually have as an agenda item. And then the second one, that's now the revised one, that would involve the outdoor grows as defined by PDS, would, I guess, then have to be introduced. So I don't know if we're in a position to move to approve, because what we would be approving in the agenda is different than what the revised thing is. So I'm looking for some advice here.
Okay, so it's my understanding that you would move ahead with this ordinance this evening and then introduce the ordinance that I sent out this afternoon, and you would have another public hearing in 2 weeks. Karen Frakes, if you want to weigh in on that, please do so.
Yes, you have the option of adopting the one that's before you tonight and then having a subsequent public hearing on the revised ordinance in 2 weeks and deciding whether to adopt that. Or you could not adopt anything at this time and then just adopt it as a single ordinance in 2 weeks.
Councilmember Donovan?
Well, so we can open up the discussion. I'll move to.
Councilmember Brown's already made a motion, I believe.
I'm sorry. I will second if I know what it is. Say it again.
I moved approval.
Okay, I'll second it. Okay, and
now discussion, Mr. Donovan.
Okay, I'm sorry about that, Red. Okay, I would go forward with this one, and then I guess in items added by revision, we will get the second proposal. I'm just getting the process here before I start talking about the substance of it. So that we could do it that way. Correct, Dana?
That's correct, yes.
And then I'll speak in favor of the motion when we get to that.
Okay, and I think that's the point we're at. So discussion on the motion to approve, Mr. Donovan.
Yeah, it's a really interesting discussion here. So back in, and I've been taking notes. So I don't want this to take very long. And back in February of 2014, the council unanimously adopted a moratorium when all this stuff was coming down, and we all voted for 5. Well, some of us voted for 502. And counties didn't really know what the state was setting up for them. But if I'm finding this right, by March 11th, that moratorium was fixed. I mean, we got the code revisions on that. And actually, in the whereases, I think it states that as 2014-011, and I think it's actually 2014-009. But that's just a whereases. That doesn't really matter. But for this, I believe people, and I know a lot of these people, when they're affected by this stuff, it's affecting their ability to enjoy their homes. They're not anti-marijuana. They're not making this stuff up. They're concerned about something that's going to be happening potentially throughout the rest of the county. We were waiting on the Cannabis Control Board and the state to come up with more definitive things about how we deal with light pollution and odor in particular. A lot of counties have just shut everything down, which I think some people mentioned, like that's why we have so much stuff here. And I'm hoping we give staff, and this proposal came to us from staff, we give them some breathing room to look at the code, and figure out, like, are we essentially de facto allowing industrial facilities to be permitted in rural R10 areas? I think that's a serious concern, and I don't think this is about shutting down the industry or anything. So I would, let's put this one forward and then introduce the one later in the evening, and then 2 weeks from now. We've already docketed code review for both indoor and outdoor, and I think that the revised, or the second proposal gives a maybe more firm definition about what indoor is. And it's like the fact that we've spent weeks trying to get our brains wrapped around what is indoor, what is outdoor, tells us a lot about how much we need staff to be looking at this code and working on it. So I'm in favor of this, and I will be in favor of introducing the other one that'll basically supplant this, I guess.
Other discussion on the motion? Councilmember Byrd?
Yeah, as it gets later, it's harder for us sometimes to like get succinct on things. And but Todd, I think you said that pretty well, though. And I'd like to say you did take the lead on putting this together and making it come forward, and I appreciate that as well. So thanks for doing that. This is a tough one because you're balancing property rights on both sides of an issue. But at the end of the day, I think if we're looking at a situation where right now we have more farms than any place else, and we have so many people from across the county that are struggling with the repercussions of that, and we have enough farms that aren't following the existing rules and guidelines, that is causing an issue, and enough of the existing rules and guidelines that aren't clear or defined in a way that we can even measure them, such as like the intensity of smell. I mean, it makes the regulation in itself really difficult. So I don't think that it makes a lot of sense right now for us to continue to approve applications that we know are creating problems on both sides that no one's happy with. Yeah, for the time being. To me, it definitely makes more sense for us to go back and reevaluate what we're doing, what's working, what's not working, and to fix it so that the community in general can be happier with the outcome of it. You know that there's a lot of business owners right now out there that are afraid about what this might translate to for you, but we're not getting rid of your farms. It's not stopping you from doing your operations today. It might be temporarily slowing you down if you're looking to expand, but ultimately it's going to be done in a way that hopefully more of your community and neighbors will be able to support your operations and your expansion and the industry, because we get everyone in line. I don't think any council member here is looking to hurt that business. And I don't think any of the people that have spoken tonight are looking to hurt your business either. So I'll leave it at that.
Brown, then Ellenboss, and then Kirschner.
Yeah, the right, Mr. Ellenboss can correct me if I'm wrong, but the Right to Farm Act was put in place so that people who moved into an area couldn't turn around and complain about the existing dairy operation that was there and the smells and so forth that they were doing, because those guys there were there first. And in the case of marijuana grow-ops, the complaints are coming from people who were there before the grow-ops came along. When we enacted the regulations on the grow-ops, they were permitted on the basis that the person complied with two fundamental rules. One was smell control, and the other was light control. And the consistent argument I hear from everybody who wants to shut them down is the fact that those two things are things that people are not willing to comply with. And the guys that the guys that are complaining are the guys that were there first, who bought in certain areas to enjoy the quiet rural life. And I think it's perfectly reasonable if the operators are not complying with the regulations, that we have to get tougher. And the thing I would say to the industry is find a way to regulate yourself, because we don't particularly want to, but if you won't, we will. We have no choice.
Mr. Ellenboss.
I've learned a lot of things tonight. I think that I'm hearing some folks
acknowledge the fact that if you have a favorable regulatory environment for an industry, that industry will show up and thrive. Let's remember that when we're working on other forms of regulations. I'm speaking against the moratorium, and not because I'm opposed to, you know, modifying rules where rules need to be modified, but I think that there's a general misconception that if planning and development services doesn't regulate something, that it's unregulated. Oil refining, all forms of agriculture, marijuana grow ops are very, very highly regulated. And I think that I'm not alone in thinking that. I think every issue that has arisen and over the last few, you know, months or whatever it is that this has come to the forefront could be dealt with an existing rule or law or code. And so I don't see a reason for a moratorium. I think that we could deal with what we have in front of us in a better way, but we're just hitting the easy button. And I wouldn't be so opposed to a moratorium if our council wasn't so willing to let them go on in what seems to be perpetuity. So I'm speaking not in favor of the moratorium.
Councilmember Kirschner?
Yeah, I had a couple of questions. I see we've got planning staff on the meeting. I just wanted to clarify for the community that what we're talking about is a moratorium on outdoor grow operations in every zone in Whatcom County. Is that right, Amy?
Correct. The current moratorium would be outdoor growing or production in any zone it is allowed in the county.
That include high industrial impact or a high impact industrial and everything.
Yeah, high
right?
impact industrial, light impact industrial, rural ag, and any zone that it is allowed right now.
Okay, and then what are we doing now about the bad actors that are not complying with the current code? What's the process for dealing with them?
Yeah, when PDS gets complaints on any project, but even marijuana production and processing, we work with our code enforcement internally at PDS. And then we also are working with LCB or the Liquor and Cannabis Control Board, as well as Washington State Department of Ecology and the Northwest Clean Air Agency to find ways to bring applicants into compliance.
Is that working? Is that process working? Because it sounds like
I think so.
there's one woman that spoke tonight that's spoken before who says there's an illegal grow operation next door to her and she can't get anybody to help her.
Yeah, so there are some that are completely illegal. They're outside of any liquor control board or PDS or zoning or anything. And the planning department doesn't have any control over those. And I believe those would be more of a law enforcement issue.
Okay, so a moratorium on new applications is not going to solve any of those problems. What about the speaker tonight that talked about going into the planning department and finding out that the permitting process has changed? Has planning already instituted this moratorium?
No, we have not. There is no moratorium on the books, so that isn't certainly a part of the conversation. However, if people come in and ask us questions about moving forward with the project, we let them know that council has been entertaining this over the last couple of weeks and urge them to talk to their council members.
Okay, all right. Well, I looked at the code and, you know, our code seems like we address exhaust systems, the lighting, traffic, parking, compatible with the general appearance of the neighborhood, number of employees, odor, fencing. And what I'd like to know is, what are some of the things that the planning department thinks we need to change or could change? What things did we miss?
Yeah, I think that hearing what we've heard and seeing what we've seen over the last several years, there is definitely some conversation that we could have regarding greenhouses. We know that odor does come from greenhouses, and particularly ones that we thought were rigid, but are still open, and there's still some odor impacts. I think we could definitely look at ways to mitigate for lighting, and we could also look at buffering or setbacks. This was pretty new to the county 7 years ago when we went through this process. So I think there is something to be learned. I know that Mark has talked about bringing sort of some policy ideas back to you guys before going to Planning Commission to get sort of a direction from you on what that would look like moving forward. But certainly odor control, lighting mitigation, buffering standards, that's what we would look at.
And do we have any limits on how large the facilities can be?
The state places limits right now on tier 1, 2, and 3 operations. And those are the limits that we have placed on our marijuana regulations, but that's something we could look at as well.
And what's the largest size? Do you know off the top of your head?
Yeah, the largest size is a tier 3, which is up to 30,000 square feet of canopy.
Wow, that's a lot bigger than the slaughterhouse proposal for sure. Okay, and right now, do we have any 30,000 foot canopy growers, tier 3 growers?
Yes, I'm not sure which numbers. I know that we have some of all tiers. I don't know how many in which tier.
Are they in rural?
There, I believe we have them in mostly all marijuana growers are generally in light impact industrial, rural, agriculture. Those are the zones.
Would we be looking at limiting the size of the rural grow operations if we review this code?
That is something that certainly could be reviewed.
You think we can get this done in 6 months?
That's most definitely a question for Mark, but I know that there's definitely, it's already on the PDS work plan for Planning Commission. So it's definitely already in the process. We know it needs to be looked at.
Okay, well, I did support introducing this last week, and listening to public hearing tonight. I was on the fence for a while there. I'll just reiterate that I think passing good code language the first time is crucially important so that we don't end up in this situation. Recognizing that you can't know everything all the time, but taking our time and making the right decisions along the way, I think is important. So I'm going to support 6 months of a moratorium to get this sorted out and straightened out. And I'm really interested in knowing how our code enforcement is actually handling these problems, because it seems like many of the problems we're hearing about are not related to our actual code, but related to people following it. So that's a concern I have. Thanks, Amy. Thanks, Council.
Councilmember Brown?
Yeah, I think the moratorium is helpful in that if you've got someone who's currently running an illegal operation, the moratorium will and bothering their neighbors, the moratorium will prevent them from being able to apply for a permit to become legal. And the other thing too is if you've got someone who's operating a legal facility, like one that I know of, that I get frequent calls from the neighbor who has a facility that is just simply refuses to put in the light shields to stop the light from traveling across to the neighbor's property as they're required to do. The moratorium would prevent them from legally expanding the operation. And I think we need to find some way to get these people to simply comply with the laws we've already got before we allow them to expand their operations any further.
Councilmember Ellenboss.
Yeah, I just want to point out that the folks that are doing this illegally have weighed the business decision of whether to be illegal or to be illegal. And I think that they've come to the conclusion that it's more profitable to be illegal. And especially in the light of the fact that possession of pretty much any type of drug these days isn't a crime anymore. And so I can understand why law enforcement doesn't want to waste their time to go deal with these situations when they know that either the prosecutor is not going to prosecute or the courts aren't even going to entertain it. So yeah, anything we do from PDS isn't going to fix that issue either.
Well, I'm in support of this moratorium, but I totally agree with Councilmember Kirschner. I'm willing to support it for a 6-month period of time. I think that's reasonable, but I don't want to see it drag out. Councilmember Byrd?
Yeah. It seems like there's definitely an issue with the enforcement side, and I'm not sure how much of that's going to tie back to the code, because if nothing in the code gives us access to the property after the fact in these kind of situations, so when a complaint's made, we can go inspect it and validate the complaint, then how do we adjust that? I'm not sure. And so somewhere something's broken, whether it's the code or whether it's the land use code or the permitting code or some other portion of the code, it's got to be fixed somewhere, right? So I think we have to take the time to figure it out. But with that said, I wholeheartedly 100% agree with Rudd on this. Like, listen, we don't want to regulate this stuff in this context to this degree. We don't want to have these conversations. We don't want to have to see communities fight with each other and be angry and ticked off and have to come to the council for decisions. If you're in this industry, you can totally solve this problem by getting together and self-regulating. Call out the bad actors, establish your own rules. It's done across the board. I mean, financial services it's just across the board, right? Industries regulate themselves all of the time so that government doesn't have to get involved. And I definitely, if I was in your shoes, start heading in that direction.
Councilmember Frazee?
Yes, I support this also. And I agree with Councilmember Brown and Byrd about, self-regulate. And it'd be good just to take a pause and review and also give them time to self-regulate. And thanks, Councilmember Donovan, for bringing this forward.
Okay, council, we ready to vote? Okay, please call the roll. Are you raising your hand, Ben?
No, I wanted my big old mug on there when I say no.
Okay. Okay, please call the roll.
Tyler Byrd,
Yes.
Todd Donovan,
Yes.
Ben Ellenboss,
No.
Carol Frazee,
Yes.
Kathy Kirschner,
Yes.
Rudd Brown,
Yes.
Barry Buchanan,
Yes. That passes 6-1 with Councilmember Ellenboss opposed. That concludes our public hearings for tonight. We will now move into the open session. Kathy, I think you could roll that video one more time. It's been a while since you rolled it tonight. So we will start the open session as soon as we see that video.
Welcome to the meeting. For instructions on how to join the meeting to speak, please visit whatcomcounty.us/join-virtual-council. Meeting information, including Zoom meeting link, phone number, webinar or meeting ID, and password, are available under the meeting date at the bottom of the page. Members of the public may join the meeting online or by phone. The meeting is broadcast live and recorded. All speakers will have 3 minutes. When you've joined the meeting, please virtually raise your hand to request to speak. To virtually raise your hand online, click the hand icon at the lower area of your screen. To virtually raise your hand by phone, dial *9 on your keypad. Council staff will call on you by the name listed, or if you're joining by phone, by the last 3 digits of the phone number from which you're calling. When called upon to speak, click the microphone icon to unmute, or if joining by phone, wait till you hear a message indicating the host unmuted your phone. Please first state your full name for the record. Staff will announce when your 3-minute speaking time is up. Camera sharing will not be offered at this meeting. Thank you for joining the meeting.
Okay, and with that, we will open the public open session, and please call the first speaker.
The first speaker is Amy Myers, followed by Meredith Hayes, and then Mark M. Go ahead, Amy. Please state your full name for the record. You have 3 minutes.
Actually, Amy Myers is Mark Allen Tisland. I'm just on her computer, so.
Thank you. Go ahead,
thank
please.
you. All right. Well, I see you guys got a lot of things going on. I don't even know where it's going to get me, so I'm going to just go ahead and state it as it is. We got some problems in this county besides all those issues, and a lot of that has to do with unlawful position of people that should be aware of the things that are being done as they affect our constitutionally protected rights, and that being a lot to do with the COVID thing, as I said earlier. Here we have the U.S. Supreme Court, Marbury versus Madison, 1803. Now, Inslee, any and all mayors, even council members, whomever takes a firm stance in the upholding of mandates which are repugnant to the Constitution for the United States of America are guilty of a Title 18 U.S.C. Section 242 violation. That's the violation of constitutionally protected rights under the color of law. Now, any law that's repugnant to the Constitution is regarded as void, which means that we are well within our rights to refuse certain mandates that have been handed down as though they're law. They're not law. Having businesses to deny participation in commerce for refusing to wear a mask is a crime. Not only is it unconstitutional, it's federally prohibited to allow discrimination against those that choose to not participate in this fraud. Now, any private business engaged in commerce has a legal classification as a public accommodation under Title 28 CFR Section 36.104. Now, in line with that, Federal Law Title 28 CFR Section 36.202 prohibits the denial of participation. And in subsection C of the same, it says, I may not be excluded from the same and equal services as others. Denial of service, requirement to be served outside from a home, or any manner that's different from that of others is a violation of Title 2, 3, and 7 of the U.S. Civil Rights Act of 1964. And it goes on further, it's stated in Title 3 of the Civil Rights Act under Section 36.202 A, B, and C, and 36.203 A, B, and C, that I shall not be denied the same participation and equal access as everyone else. The law, as you can clearly see, prohibits discrimination for my preference to not wear a facial diaper. And there is no law that can prohibit that. So why are we being discriminated against, and why aren't people taking these discriminations into the context which they should be looked at? Why doesn't our law enforcement do anything? If I call the sheriff's office, it's their lawful duty to come and make sure that these things aren't happening. It's your duty to be sure that businesses know that they're not allowed to discriminate. That's your guys' job here in Whatcom County. What can we do about that? Thank you for letting me have the time to speak.
The next speaker is Meredith Hayes. Go ahead, please state your full name for the record. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Meredith Hayes. I live in Geneva, and I'm calling as a community member and as a mother of 3. And I wanted to speak in support of the permanent affordability of childcare that you all are discussing. I'm also calling in on behalf of the United Way as the convener of the Whatcom Childcare Coalition. First, I want to thank you for your continued commitment to children and families, and specifically for your willingness to consider childcare as an essential piece of the fabric of our community. I listened in to the earlier discussion in the Committee of the Whole and just really appreciate the discussion and each of yours perspective. And I'm also just grateful for your commitment to creating long-term solutions to the childcare shortage and for your willingness to bring childcare stakeholders into the conversation. It provides us the opportunity to inform solutions that are the most relevant and have the greatest potential to increase childcare capacity and sustainability of childcare providers. I see a lot of potential in the resolution as written and think that we will be well served considering that alongside a range of options that will support current providers and potentially new providers in kind of lots of different formats, including licensed family homes, center-based care, and I'm excited to learn and discuss more about this. I also wanted to thank Councilmember Frazee for bringing up the demand assessment earlier. As she stated, the United Way, as a grant recipient of the Department of Commerce, has been a recipient of a child care partnership grant. And through that grant, we have commissioned a demand study from the Western Washington University to better understand the anticipated demand for childcare post-COVID. That study is slated to be released and presented the first week of May, alongside a childcare fiscal map that's been commissioned by the Chuckanut Health Foundation that will outline the complex ways that childcare is currently funded locally in Whatcom County. I wanted to mention quickly that United Way is committed to a second deliverable, which is convening a Whatcom Childcare Coalition to create a childcare expansion plan using the demand study. We've committed to this happening by June 30th. This was the intention, the original intention of getting the demand study commissioned was to do some expansion planning. And that'll outline the ideal geographic distribution of childcare slots across the county and identify innovative strategies that will help us bring Whatcom County vision of childcare to life. And that vision is that all children have easy access to affordable, high quality childcare and early learning options that cover most workdays. Basically, I just wanted to let you all know that we stand at the ready to answer your call for recommendations and are eager to work alongside you to support the sustainable expansion of childcare. And just thank you so much for bringing this forward.
Next speaker is Mark Ambler, and then we'll go to David Webster and Misty Flowers. Go ahead. Mark Ambler, please state your full name for the record. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, this is Mark Ambler. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Hey,
Mark, go ahead, please.
yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes, my apologies. We'll restart your time.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, again, this is Mark Ambler. I'm a Tier 1 cannabis producer in Bellingham, and I started the Tier 1 Producer Association. Tier 1s, we can only grow less than 2,000 square feet. If we're growing 2,000 square feet, we're out of compliance. So we're small. Like, take your backyard garden, multiply it by 4. That's about how big we are. And every year I make $25,000 in revenue. My costs are pretty low because I'm a work by myself with 5-gallon buckets. So, you know, I was hoping to expand, maybe double that, so I can make $50,000 a year. But you guys just banned that, so that sucks. You know, LCB sounded like they were on board, but you guys aren't on board. Also, like all day today, I was cooking burgers and corn for Swift Haven. I guess they're out of food. So somebody that's in charge of feeding our homeless people, please, you know, listen to this. Can you guys post it on your Facebook site or something like that? Because you shouldn't be having your freaking poverty, $25,000 a year people feeding your homeless people while you guys sit all day and talk about banning the stuff that the guy is doing for a living who's feeding your homeless people. Yeah, sorry, that's just a little bit of frustration. But I do see that as an opportunity. I'm going to galvanize your homeless community around the cannabis industry. I hope to kind of, you know, pick up where you guys really drop the ball there. And, you know, I'll just keep picking up the balls that you drop as we go, spending all 25 grand a year of my money doing so. But what I do have is 24/7, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, where I can be on your butts because you're banning stuff that actually is good, a positive economic impact for the community. and a bunch of people, we're all professionals. We're all former professional, like engineers. Me and my wife are engineers. You know, there's physical therapists that have cannabis businesses, former mechanics. You know, the guy Kenny called in, he still has a job. He has a full-time job. So I don't know how we're gonna make it. We're all gonna die, and you guys are gonna have to feed us when we're homeless. So thanks. Bye. Yield my time.
The next speaker is David Webster, and then we'll.
Can I ask for Mark's phone number if he doesn't mind giving it to you? Thank you. The previous speaker, Mark Ambler.
Mark, I've unmuted you if you'd like to provide it. This is a recorded public meeting. You're welcome to do so here or to provide your information to the council office by email if you prefer.
Yeah, I'll do it by email. Thanks.
The next speaker is David Webster. Then we'll go to Misty Flowers and Susan Widnagel, and then Marcus D. Go ahead, please, David.
Good evening, Council. Thank you for the time. And I know you've had a long evening, so I'm going to keep this brief. I do want to echo some of what Meredith Hayes said on behalf of the United Way and others about your work session this afternoon as a committee of the whole. It was very heartening to hear a very well thought out, sincere conversation about the need for affordable, sustainable childcare in our county. I am the Director of Early Learning and Family Services for the Opportunity Council. I have a hardworking staff that have spent many years of their life in support of the childcare sector. And I know that I'll probably have to increase my budget for clinics because many of them are just overjoyed that we're having this, finally, this very serious conversation in our county. There are lots of opportunities coming at us, both in terms of the resolution that Council members Frazee and Brown brought forward, but also from federal funding and state funding, changes in how the state's approaching subsidies, et cetera, et cetera. So it's a great time to bring together a group of minds that can put together a long-term plan for us to get us out of the historical childcare desert that we've had for too many years in this county, but also to be respectful of the fact that most of the childcare sector is coming off of a very tough year, just like most businesses are. Many of them are still very tender and probably a little bit spooked by the thought of us expanding the market when many of them still have vacancies because of the workforce being so discombobulated at the moment. But I do think that we're going to return to the days fairly quickly when we're going to need new capacity. And with that in mind, we started about a year ago with the Bellingham Regional Chamber of Commerce, a center for the retention and expansion of childcare within our quality childcare division. And they have been working with developers and providers. We spent a lot of time and money stabilizing many of our local childcare providers so they didn't go out of business during the pandemic. But there are lots of opportunities in all sectors. Many of our large employers as well as small employers are very tuned into the fact that childcare is a key workforce development issue for them to get the workforce that they need. So I think we'll be able to bring many voices together to help work with you and your earnest desire to do things better for working families in this county. And I thank you very much for your earnest efforts and your willingness to put in the hard work. Have a good evening.
The next speaker is Misty Flowers. Go ahead, Misty.
Hello. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Council, for your time. My name is Misty Flowers, and I'm calling on behalf of Be Brave Washington. We're a growing group of Whatcom County citizens that are organizing to end emergency orders in Whatcom County. Because despite what Whatcom County Health Department's lack of transparency on tracking hospitalizations and deaths, we as local citizens are working together, and we now know through the data that these emergency orders have been unnecessarily prolonged, causing serious financial and psychological trauma to those suffering the most from these lockdown measures. In 2020, 28 people died in St. Joseph's Hospital with a positive COVID test. And as of today, there was 3 COVID patients in the hospital. How many lives have been irreparably affected by these lockdown orders? You all took an oath to support the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution and laws of the state of Washington. In the Washington State Constitution, Section 1, all political power is inherent in the people, and governments derive their just powers from the consent of the governed and are established to protect and maintain individual rights. Yet I've reached out to you multiple times to explain to you that my rights have been infringed, but because I cannot wear a mask for medical reasons, and I have been discriminated multiple times. I've also have never given permission or consent to have my business shut down. Meanwhile, you guys still get a paycheck. And it's very concerning to me, the type of insanity going on out there regarding these mask mandates, when people can go into a restaurant and be treated respectfully as long as they wear a mask from the door to the table, but I can't go in there without a mask. Meanwhile, when you get to the table, you can take the mask off, but children in school are forced to wear masks all day long. This is insanity. I have doctors coming to me telling me that they think this is absolutely insane. I don't understand why you guys are not looking into the information and science that is being presented regarding the multiple issues with these lockdown orders. They're absolutely unjustified, and I really hope that you will work with Sat Paul and Sheriff Elfo to please end the emergency orders today on behalf of all Whatcom County citizens, and be brave, Washington. Thank you.
The next speaker is Marcus D. Go ahead, Marcus. Please state your full name for the record. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, it's Marcus D. Stidham. Excuse me. On the Homeless Strategies Work Group, I am the homeless advocate for Whatcom County, appointed position, and of course, advisory to county from that position. Also, I'm a civic engagement director for Serenity Outreach Services, a new nonprofit that has formed in response and in need for the humanitarian disaster that we've got going on in our streets in Bellingham. You know, I know I've become somewhat of a fixture in council sessions of late. For this last year, it seems that I just don't seem to go away, I suppose. I want you all to, many of you have been with the council for long enough that you would remember there are times when I'm not in council. I come into council to let you know that I think that something needs to be spoken to, that there's something that I think you should listen to me about. And I think that that you need to listen to all the people that have been saying it. I know there's a lot of divided advocacies out there right now, and it's a crying shame, because right now, the people who are on the street are the same ones that came into City Hall in need back in November. They're bone skinny, they're thirsty, they're hungry, they're turned on each other. Our streets and our city are rife with crime because of the destabilization that's happened from 6 consecutive illegal sweeps in the city of Bellingham since January 28th. Enough needs to be enough. There's lots of people who, some really support me and what I'm trying to do and what our group SOS is trying to do. And I hope I count you in on that too. Some think that we're part of the problem, or that we're in cahoots with different factions. I shall not bother to name here any further. I've always stood by the campers, my longtime clients and friends, for years. I continue to do that. I serve those people wherever they are. If they're a common client between myself and the mission or the Opportunity Council, I give service. If the people who were taking care of them were the BOP, I still gave service. That didn't make me BOP nor any of my associates. But I tell you what, if we don't all coalesce together and just come up with an answer together right now, while we have emergency funds floating around for us to be able to take advantage of, we really owe it to our community to do so. We know that this is a growing concern. Homelessness is only growing in our county. It's going to continue to grow in our county. You know that. And then there's the possibility of a huge humanitarian wave coming in that if we don't have something ready to stop, we're going to lose. I appreciate Ms. Kirshner's remarks and asking for a phone number. It's great to see that level of responsiveness on this council. Again, thank you for that, Kathy.
The next speaker is Susan Wignagel. Go ahead, Susan. Please state your full name for the record. You have 3 minutes.
I'm sorry, I'm trying to get my hand down. It wouldn't go down, so I'm not speaking on this. Thank you.
See the next speaker. Let's see. We have Melissa Weisner. Go ahead, Melissa.
Hello, everybody. Again, it's Melissa Weisner, legal Greg for now, Executive Director of Certainty Outreach Services. I just wanted to speak to hopefully getting more info about low barrier shelters and getting a plan with you guys. We are solidifying up a proposal that we will hopefully be hitting your desks pretty soon, and we hope that you seriously consider it. It's summer, it's gonna get nice. We're gonna forget about how bad it was in the fall and winter, as we seem to do every year. And I don't want to see these people fall through the cracks again and have another winter like I saw this winter. It was heartbreaking. It's heartbreaking every winter when I used to be further from the epicenter of homelessness, and I would read every year about us losing homeless people in the cold snaps who were out in the elements, and I am really aiming to help solve that. You know, we couldn't get any movement, so I would like the opportunity to, you know, front programs and do it ourselves as SOS Serenity Outreach Services. So I really hope that you guys take the time and attention that needs, so that next fall and winter we don't have another crisis, especially like everybody talks about with the housing crises and everything. Sounds like we've got a lot of money put into the rental investment, and I really hope that helps the situation. But the lowest rung always winds up out on the street again when housing crisis hit, and I just really worry with everything that is happening with the pandemic and everything, that there is going to be a wave that we have not seen yet. And even if there isn't, there's still a lot of people out there who need more care and proper medical help, mental and physical. So let us help you. We'll talk to you soon, and we'll have that proposal on your desk shortly. Thanks so much. Have a great night.
If anyone else would like to speak during this open session comment period, please raise your hand virtually by clicking the hand icon on your screen or dialing *9 if you're joining by phone. The next speaker will go to Wendy Harris. Go ahead, please, Wendy.
I know that later this evening you're going to be discussing the EMS program and the training, and it's kind of hitting me in the craw because I have been going through a lot of problems with enforcement of existing laws, like the people have been talking about earlier with regards to air quality and my own health problems. And right now, the county and the Clean Air Agency designate the fire department to serve as the contact if it's after hours or on the weekends. Well, if you're looking at an illegal burn, it's always after hours and on the weekends. It's pretty much the only time I do call. And the problem is the fire department is they have absolutely no training in air quality law. And they don't want to do it. And they insist they have no authority. And there are statutes that give them this authority that are in the state code, and they don't care because they don't want to do enforcement. They don't see that as the fun part of their job or whatever. So I have been through hell and back, and I feel like games are being played with me because, you know, I'm being, you know, thrown aside and told to go deal with people that the county and Clean Air know aren't interested in enforcing the things that I need. And I have, originally I was accused of basically imagining things, and I started taking pictures, and now no one wants to look at them. But I do have the documentation. I'm clearly sick. I also have doctor's notes, and I have quantifiable pulmonary test results. And so, yeah, we have a very serious problem with enforcement. And I keep asking for help in terms of someone in the county working with me, and nobody will. And I am dying. I mean, I'm literally dying, and I can't get anyone to help me. So please, if there's anything you can do, I think now you have a good sense that I'm not just crazy saying there are enforcement issues and people their concerns are being tossed aside. It is real, it is happening to me, and it's killing people. Thank you.
The next speaker is Natalie Chavez. Go ahead, please state your full name for the record. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Hi, my name is Natalie Chavez, and I've lived in Bellingham for approximately 16 years. I want to speak tonight regarding SARS-CoV-2, the COVID-19 novel coronavirus. As I stated at the last meeting, I am hoping that you are beginning to investigate this COVID catastrophe and beginning to ask the Whatcom County Health Department some critical questions regarding the stats, data, effective COVID treatments, and COVID tests. The COVID tests, which are molecular tests that detect the genetic material of a virus using a laboratory technique called polymerase chain reaction, PCR, which is why these COVID tests are also called PCR tests. These COVID PCR tests are the tests that have been used here in Whatcom County for months now. As I stated before, these COVID PCR tests were never designed to be a diagnostic test, and these COVID PCR tests do not diagnose infections. Kerry Mullis, the person who developed the PCR test, although now deceased, prior to his death, he stated in a recorded interview that the PCR test was not designed to diagnose infections. Kerry said that anyone can test positive for practically anything with a PCR test if you run it long enough or with a high cycle threshold. In other words, the COVID PCR test does not tell us whether a person is sick or not, and it does not diagnose infections. And yet Whatcom County is still using these COVID PCR tests to test healthy asymptomatic individuals to diagnose viral infections, which they were not designed to do. And the laboratories in Whatcom County are running the PCR test at a very high cycle threshold. The amplification is running so high in the laboratories here that it is pretty much 100% guarantee that we are seeing a very high percentage of false positives, especially in healthy asymptomatic individuals. The CDC's own calculations suggest that it is extremely difficult to detect any live virus in a sample above a 33 cycle threshold. And during a podcast, Dr. Fauci even admitted a concern with the cycle threshold using COVID PCR tests. At a 35 cycle threshold or higher, the chance of the PCR test being accurate is minuscule. Furthermore, there are molecular biologists, virologists, immunologists, and other doctors who have been saying for months that the PCR test should not be running over a 25 cycle threshold. And some have been saying that COVID PCR test should not be running over a 17 cycle threshold. So what cycle threshold are the COVID PCR tests in Whatcom County running at? Well, someone that I know needed to get a PCR test last month in order to get dental work done at a dental office in Bellingham. The dental clinic required dental patients to get a COVID PCR test 48 hours prior to receiving dental work. This person went to Northwest Laboratories on Meridian Street for her COVID PCR test, and she asked to speak to a laboratory worker there, got his name, and asked some questions. The laboratory worker informed her that the TACPath COVID-19 test is being used at that site and that this TACPath COVID-19 test is manufactured by Thermo Fisher Scientific. Furthermore, this laboratory worker informed her that the TACPath COVID PCR tests at that site are running at a 37 cycle threshold. Now that should be a huge concern, a huge red flag for not only all of you and for every official and representative in Bellingham and Whatcom County and for the Whatcom County Health Department, but for every community member who lives in Whatcom County. This high cycle threshold is the exact reason why numerous attorneys have been filing lawsuits regarding these COVID PCR tests. I encourage you to follow some of these lawsuits and statement of claims in courts that are happening around the world in different countries, including our own country, so that you are aware of what numerous legal teams, medical teams, and forensic teams have been doing for the last approximately 10 months. Thank you.
If anyone else would like to speak during open session, please raise your hand virtually by clicking the hand icon on your screen or dialing *9 by phone. We only allow for speakers to speak once during the public open session. I see hands raised from 2 people who have already spoken. I'm going to go ahead and unmute the person listed as Amy Myers. And if there's someone else from your household who would like to speak on this line, you can. Go ahead, please. Are you the same speaker?
It is me again. I
England?
just thought the COVID thing was very, something needs to be addressed in 3
I'm
minutes.
sorry,
doesn't really
sir.
allow-
We only allow comments from one person.
Well, then I'll just
once.
agree with with everything Natalie Chavez said. And
If anyone else would like to speak during the public comment, please raise your hand virtually. There are no other hands raised at this time.
Okay, well, thank you to the public for all your testimony tonight. We really appreciate it. We will close the open public session and we will move on to the consent agenda and Councilmember Brown and Finance Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Whatcom County Finance and Administrative Services Committee met today and we had 5 items from our consent agenda. These all received a vote of 3-0. And so I move for approval.
Okay, we have a motion, a discussion. Please call the roll.
Todd Donovan,
Yes.
Ben Ellenboss,
No.
Carol Frazee,
Yes.
Kathy Kirschner,
Yes.
Red Brown,
Yes.
Barry Buchanan,
Yes,
Tyler Bird.
Yes.
that passes 6-1.
Next item up was AB 2021-163, request authorization for the county executive to enter into a contract amendment between Whatcom County and Washington State University to continue the jointly shared costs for facility positions and program support for the WSU extension in the amount of $253,034 for a total amended contract amount of $2,491,357.90. This received a vote of 3-0 and I so move.
Okay, thank you. Discussion on this motion? Seeing none, please call the roll.
Ben Ellenboss,
Yes.
Carol Frazee,
Yes.
Kathy Kirschner,
Yes.
Red Brown,
Yes.
Barry Buchanan,
Yes,
Tyler Bird,
Yes.
Todd Donovan,
Yes.
that passes unanimously.
Next item up was AB 2021-173, ordinance amending the 2021 Whatcom County budget request number 5 in the amount of $1,220,565. This received a vote of 2-1 and I so move.
Okay, discussion on this motion? Please call the roll.
Carol Frazee,
Yes.
Kathy Kirschner,
No.
Red Brown,
Yes.
Barry Buchanan,
Yes,
Tyler Bird,
No.
Todd Donovan,
Yes.
Ben Ellenboss,
No.
that passes 4-3.
Next item up is AB 2021-191, request authorization for the county executive to enter into a contract amendment with Whatcom County and Opportunity Council to provide funding for rental assistance and emergency shelter in motels in the amount of $618,121 for a total amended contract amount of $1,514,822. This received a vote of 3-0 and I so
Discussion. Councilmember Kirschner.
Yeah, I'm sorry I wasn't able to be at the committee this morning. Was there a discussion about other providers in our community and whether or not some of the money that we get for supporting homeless people could go to different providers. I know that Northwest Youth Services had somebody advocating about a month ago for $10,000 just to serve some of their youth in hotels or motels. And it seems like all of our social service funding goes to the Opportunity Council. And there are definite benefits for consolidating and getting efficiencies. But there are some downsides then that you don't support smaller programs that might have more innovative ideas for how to solve some of our problems. So I'm just wondering if that was discussed, and I don't see anybody from the health department on our meeting tonight, but I know I've mentioned it before. I might vote against this just because I'd like to see some of that money go to some of the other providers in our community.
Further discussion? Okay, let's vote.
Kathy Kirschner,
And I changed my mind, yes.
Red Brown,
Kathy, did you say yes? Because you got cut off.
I said yes.
Brown votes yes.
Barry Buchanan,
Yes.
Tyler Bird,
Yes.
Todd Donovan,
Yep.
Ben Ellenboss,
No.
Carol Frazee,
Yes.
That passes 6-1.
Next item up is AB 2021-199, request authorization for the county executive to enter into an interlocal agreement between Whatcom County and North Whatcom Fire and Rescue for a paramedic training class in the amount of $236,000. This received a vote of 2-1, and I say.
Discussion on this motion. Councilmember Byrd.
Yeah, I probably should have done this on the item number 173 with the general budget request number 5, since it was in there. But there's 3 of these items that relate all to the same thing for a fire. We discussed this in the committee meeting this morning, and I know a lot of people don't watch that, so I'll go ahead and reiterate the reason I'm going to vote no against this, and the reason I voted no earlier on. This is, as Whatcom County goes, we're one of the only counties, if not the only county in all of Washington State that I know of that has a program or a training school for paramedics that's run by the fire department. When we looked at comps or comparable counties and programs throughout Washington State here a couple of weeks ago, what we found is that all of the other counties we looked at were running those programs through their community college and or through their technical college. The cost of those programs through those colleges and those organizations was anywhere between $8,000 on the low end up to $20,000 on the high end, or excuse me, maybe it was $25,000 on the high end. So our cost for that is $55,000, give or take, per student. And that does not include the tuition, or excuse me, the salaries that we pay for people during that year that they go. And so our true cost at the end of the day, including the salaries, is actually almost $200,000. And then after someone graduates, we give them a raise. At the same time, we do have applicants who have this degree that have come from other schools that we are not hiring at the end of the day. We also have these people who, or paramedics that we do need, but we're putting them in positions in which they're not actually out there, but they're doing case management and meeting with individuals, which isn't necessarily the best use of their talents and the money that we're spending at the end of the day. And so when I look at this and I think about the amount of money that we're spending, the way we're doing it, the way other counties are doing it, it just doesn't make sense to me that we would spend this much money to host a program for a half dozen people a year. At the end of the day, at the very least, I think the better situation for us would be to take half of that $200,000 and offer $100,000 as a signing bonus to a paramedic that had already completed the degree. At least at that point, they would immediately start as a paramedic with us, and it would save the county $100,000 per person. And that would be a huge signing bonus that I can't think any other county in Washington State or probably the country would be offering. So there's other ways to go about it. This just isn't it. And, you know, honestly, I think the executive Sidhu had mentioned earlier, I'm not sure if he's still on, but he had a great idea about one of those, and I prefer that we kind of head down that route.
Any more discussion on this motion? Councilmember Kirschner.
Yeah, Councilmember Byrd, thank you for that explanation. Did you get any information from the EMS system on your concerns when you raised them this morning? Was there any feedback?
No, I wouldn't say that there was feedback to that extent. Most of the discussion took place in the committee for this that I'm on a couple weeks back. So sorry, it's getting late. I'm forgetting.
Okay.
Yeah.
Further discussion? Councilmember Donovan.
Yeah, there was some discussion about this. There's substantial discussion about this in committee, and I'm hoping that we'll kind of share the goal of BTC maybe taking the lead for a training program to pick up some of the costs on this. But until then, I'm going to be supporting this. But I think it was a good discussion. I think Mr. Bird's raised some good points.
Any further discussion? Okay, please call roll.
Red Brown,
Yes.
Barry Buchanan,
Yes.
Tyler Bird,
No.
Todd Donovan,
Yes.
Ben Ellenboss,
No.
Carol Frazee,
Yes.
Kathy Kirschner,
Yes.
That passes 5-2.
Next item up is AB 2021-201, request authorization for the county executive to enter into an interagency agreement between Whatcom County and Camino Island Fire and Rescue to participate in the 2021 paramedic training in the amount of $41,900. This received a vote of 3-0, and I move for approval.
Discussion. Councilmember Byrd.
I mentioned earlier that our cost for the training program, our HOD costs, are $55,000 per student. We're getting paid in this case $41,000, round up, say $42,000 to cover 2 students. That's quite a bit under what it costs us for those positions. I will be voting in favor of this specific item though, because those costs are related to hard fixed costs that we would incur regardless of whether we add these individuals or not. The variable costs that we see are so nominal that it will help us offset at least a little bit of our expenses that at the end of the day. So this is helpful, and I'll vote in favor of it.
Further discussion? Councilmember Kirschner.
Not ever going to miss that finance committee again. Sorry. Councilmember Byrd, you're saying that the $41,900 is to support 2 students through the paramedic training course. They're from Camino Island, so they're not Whatcom County. So we're getting paid almost $42,000 for 2 students from another area to go through a program that we charge ourselves $55,000 for each student. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Yes. So, but here's the deal with that. The $20,000 comes in under the highest competitive program out there, right? So that means that we're not the most competitive, which allows us to attract at least a couple people at the end of the day into the program. 1, 2, those are fixed costs predominantly. So what I mean by that is we have an instructor that we're paying to meet with the other 6 students. Adding 2 more students in there for that instructor's time and wages doesn't cost us any more money. Hey, we're not paying him based on the number of students, we're paying him his salary for his time. We rent that classroom, we pay for that electricity. those are fixed costs that we're going to incur regardless of whether we have 2 more students or not. And so while it doesn't cover the actual cost per student, if you divide all of our hard costs and variable costs against the number of students we have, it does though help us offset our expenses at the end of the day.
Right. Okay. Okay. I'm going to support it. I'm just, yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Other discussion? Okay, please call the roll.
Barry Buchanan,
Yes.
Tyler Bird,
Yes.
Todd Donovan,
Yes.
Ben Ellenboss,
Yes.
Carol Frazee,
Yes.
Kathy Kirschner,
Yes.
Red Brown,
Yes.
That passes 7-0.
Next item up is AB 2021-216, request authorization for the county executive to enter into an interlocal agreement between Whatcom County and the Bellingham Fire Department to operate the 2021 paramedic training program and to support 2 eligible Bellingham Fire Department firefighter EMT participation in the course in the amount of $579,153. This received a vote of 2-1, and I move for approval.
Discussion on this motion. Okay, let's vote.
Tyler Bird,
No.
Todd Donovan,
Yes.
Ben Ellenboss,
Yes.
Carol Frazee,
Yes.
Kathy Kirschner,
No.
Red Brown,
Yes.
Barry Buchanan,
Yes. That passes 5-2.
Next item up is AB 2021-217, request authorized with the county executive to enter into an interlocal agreement between Whatcom County and the Bellingham Technical College for costs associated with the medical program director, training physician, and sponsoring accrediting for the 2021 paramedic training class in the amount of $42,200. This received a vote of 2-1, and I move for approval.
Discussion on this motion. Please call the roll.
Todd Donovan,
Yes.
Point of order, Mr. Chair. Mr. Kushner had a hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see your hand. It was blended in with the wall. Sorry.
I
Kat.
know it.
Go ahead.
Take my vote back.
Thanks. I just want to say, for the record, I guess, that this EMS system we have really needs to have a thorough overhaul and a review of the costs that are occurring out of it. I know they have the EMS tax, the levy that was passed by the voters, but I don't know if voters really know that they're paying nearly $600,000 for 2 people to go through a program in Whatcom County that 2 people going through it from Camino Island are paying $42,000. So this is different, I know, but it's just another piece of it. And I just think that we need to have some transparency and some daylight on these costs. They seem really outlandish.
Councilmember Brown.
I agree with Mr. Kirshner that there is certainly, I think, a good reason to do a review of the EMS system, because I think there's some obvious areas of inefficiency. But I also want to make it clear I don't make any comment about any negative comments about the dedication of the people who serve in it. I love the EMTs. I think they're great. But I just want to clear up one thing: the 42,000 or the 42,000 that Camino's paying us is only a portion related to the instruction. It's not the salaries of the EMTs, and it's not their accommodations while they're here. So there is obviously a lot more cost to Camino than just the 42.
Councilmember Byrd.
Right, I don't know that other counties cover the cost of salaries. The it'd be interesting to know how common that is. I mentioned this in our earlier meeting. Most people that I know that are interested in being firefighters, I mean, they apply all over the state and the country because it's so hard to become a firefighter. And so if you're going to tell me as an individual that has that much passion and wants to be a firefighter that bad, that if I pay $15,000 to go to school to get my paramedics license, that it's going to give me extra points to rank on that list above people who don't, for a job where our average cost is $236,000 and the majority of that salary. I mean, I'm going to pay the $15,000. You can't get that with any college degree that I know of. At the end of the day, I'm not sure if any of us have gotten to that point, right? So that's just a simple, easy. I'm going to go to school for that year, pay the 15 grand, and that's a medium cost. That's not the cheapest program that's out there at the end of the day. So I just, I totally agree with Kathy. I think that she's spot on. I mean, we really need to dig into this. It doesn't make any sense to me either. And when we look at the budget for the EMS fund, I scratch my head further because that's a whole new line item in the budget. I mean, they break it down based on columns, and I could show you right now. There's columns that say this is what was included in the EMS previously, and this is what was not. And this program was not included. And it is skyrocketing every year. It's doubling in expenses for us. So I'm just not sure what we're doing with that. And that just ties into the 2 call centers that we're paying for. It ties into picking up the extra $200,000 for firefighters that Bellingham doesn't want. So we're adding them to our list. It ties into not actually getting the 5th paramedic unit that we promised people that was supposed to be here last year. I mean, there's a lot of other things there that I think that we need to start looking at the end of the day. Kathy, I agree with you. I think it's a valid point. Thank you.
Other discussion? Councilmember Donovan.
But we just had Mr. Byrd say publicly, we're not standing up this 5th unit. I've been paying attention to the conversations on this, and I'm seeing that we are on track on standing up this 5th unit, and the fund balance is adequate to do that. So I don't know if this is the point to be making those sorts of, this is an agenda item to be talking about that, but my understanding is that that was in the levy that the voters approved, and that we have continuously heard that the fund balance is doing well, and we're in a good position to stand that up. So I just want to set that for the record.
Councilmember Brown.
Yeah, we are. We, as a council, we've all voted to review the issue of having 2 911 centers in the community, and I think it's that's something, a commitment we made to our constituents, which I think we have to live up to. And I think in the process of doing that, to Mr. Bird's point and Ms. Kirshner's point, it's a good segue into frankly just sort of stepping back and saying, are we running the most efficient system that is delivering the fastest service with the most qualified personnel to the citizens that are paying for it? But I'm still going to approve this.
Further discussion on the motion? Councilmember Byrd.
Todd, what I was getting at was that we're behind schedule for what we originally proposed. And so I can send you the documentation from the committee that breaks down where things were at and what we were supposed to have done by now. And we're not on schedule based on what they've documented. So for me, if we're doing things that weren't originally a part of that, but not doing the things or getting the things done on time that's just one of those things. It's like, why? That it's kind of a red flag that says, let's dig in and look into it and give it a little more oversight.
Fair enough. Okay,
cool. Thanks.
Anything else? Okay, could you reset the roll call, starting with Donovan?
Todd Donovan,
Yes.
Ben Ellenboss,
No.
Carol Frazee,
Yes.
Kathy Kirshner,
Yes.
Fred Brown, Red Brown,
Yes.
Barry Buchanan,
Yes,
Tyler Bird,
No.
that passes 5-2.
Mr. Chair, there was nothing.
Thank you, Councilmember
Mr. Chair,
Brown.
there was nothing further from finance.
Okay, we'll move on then to the council's Public Works and Health Committee and Councilmember Frazee.
Yes, we had AB 2021-204, consideration of citizen appeals of road name change due to corrections of address number sequence. And the committee recommended denial of request, and that passed 3-0, and I so move.
Okay, we have that motion. Discussion? Seeing none, please call the roll.
Ben Ellenboss,
Yes.
Carol Frazee,
Yes.
Kathy Kirschner,
Yes. Can I ask a point of order? Are we voting to approve the appeal or turn it down?
Deny.
Deny. Yes to deny. Okay.
Yes.
Red Brown,
Yes.
Barry Buchanan,
Yes.
Tyler Bird,
Kathy, thanks for asking that. I was wondering the same thing. Yes.
Todd Donovan,
Yes, and I thank Kathy for the questions she asked in committee that made me understand this better.
That passes unanimously. We will move on to executive appointments to boards, commissions, and committees. First one is AB 2021-192, request confirmation of the county executive's appointment of Eric Kleinnacht to the Development Standards Technical Advisory Committee. Do we have a motion to confirm?
I moved for Mr. Kleinknecht.
I'll second what he said.
Okay, I apologize to the public, anyone out there, and to Eric if I did mispronounce his name. Please accept my apology. We have a motion and a second to confirm. Any discussion? Seeing none, please call the roll.
Carol Frazee,
Yes.
Kathy Kirschner,
Yes.
Red Brown,
Yes.
Barry Buchanan,
Yes.
Tyler Bird,
Kathy, I think we're losing you, but yes.
Tyler Bird,
Yeah.
Todd Donovan,
Yes.
Ben Ellenboss,
Yes.
That passes unanimously. Next is AB 2021-218, request confirmation of the county executive's reappointment of Stephen Lockley to the Housing Authority of Whatcom County. We have a motion to confirm.
Move to confirm.
Second.
Donovan moves, Bird seconds. Discussion? Seeing none, please call a roll.
Kathy Kirschner,
Yes.
Red Brown,
Yes.
Barry Buchanan,
Yes.
Tyler Bird,
Yes.
Todd Donovan,
Yes.
Ben Ellenboss,
Yes.
Carol Frazee,
Yes.
That passes unanimously. Next up is items added by revision. Today from the Council Committee of the Whole, we had AB 2021-209, which is a resolution regarding permanent affordability of childcare in Whatcom County. So I think where we left it was with Councilmember Frazee and Mr. Brown on a letter. So can somebody tell us where we are there? Councilmember Frazee?
I believe we moved to write a letter and convene a group of childcare facilitators. Maybe Councilmember Brown can correct me on this, to get input from the community on where we should go from here. Is that correct?
Yes, Ms. Frazee was kind enough to follow up and ping the major providers and ask them for any other names of people that we want to send the invitation to. And if I remember the resolution correctly, it's Carol and my job to come back to the council, the next council meeting, with a letter for approval by the full council to go to those people we've found the names for.
So tonight, all we're doing is confirming that that the council majority wants to do that. I guess that's was our motion earlier, was for us to confirm that tonight.
That sounds about right.
Sounds okay. So I will take that motion forwarded by what Carol just said on committee of the whole and move that to the council for approval tonight.
Second.
So we have a motion and a second. Discussion. Please call a roll.
Red Brown,
Yes.
Barry Buchanan,
Yes.
Tyler Bird,
Yes.
Todd Donovan,
Yes.
Ben Ellenboss,
Yes.
Carol Frazee,
Yes.
Kathy Kirschner,
Yes.
That passes unanimously. Another item that was added by revision is for introduction. It's AB 2021-230. It's an ordinance imposing an interim moratorium on the acceptance and processing of permit applications for new or expanded recreational cannabis growing and or processing facilities which are proposed to operate outdoors or in greenhouses. So this is the one Councilmember Donovan was talking about earlier. Do we have a motion for introduction to this?
Move to introduce. Second.
We have a motion and a second. Donovan motion, Bird seconds. Discussion. Councilmember Kirschner.
Didn't we just pass the moratorium on outdoor growing facilities? Was this supposed to be
Yes.
indoor?
Well, no, I don't. It says outdoors.
Maybe
I think it's
Councilmember
because of some
Donovan.
provision that was. Yeah, Mr. Donovan, can you?
Yeah,
Clear that up.
I think in effect, if this is introduced and then if it's approved, it'll kind of mute the one that we just did. But between the discussion we've had with PDS staff and our legal counsel, this one has language in it that's dealing with the kind of blurry area between indoor and outdoor. So yeah, we had some discussion of that in executive session, but so it is different than the one that we approved earlier, but it would cover the range of what we discussed earlier, and they would also deal with I'm reading it right now, applications for conversion of land or water, new buildings, permit structures that are opened or on cleared ground, non-rigid greenhouses with rigid walls and a roof and doors, similar type greenhouse structures. So there's these things that we've been spending a few weeks trying to figure out if they're actually indoor or outdoor. PDS has come back to us with this language to build off the other one. So I don't want to speak for Ms. Frakes, but I think if we prove this in 2 weeks, it essentially revises the one that we've just approved.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Donovan. Ms. Frakes, do you have anything to add?
No, that's correct, what Mr. Donovan stated.
Okay, thank you. Other discussion on the motion? Okay, please call the roll.
Barry Buchanan,
Yes.
Tyler Bird,
Yes.
Todd Donovan,
Yes.
Ben Ellenboss,
No.
Carol Frazee,
Yes.
Kathy Kirschner,
Yes.
Red Brown,
Yes.
That passes 6-1. Also by revision, we have an item from Council Planning and Development Committee. Ben, do you want to address this one?
Oh, maybe Todd can do it. It was kind of his deal.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks. I'm like looking for my notes here. Yeah, so a couple of weeks ago, actually it was back in October, I think we first, or somewhere ago, the Planning Commission had a unanimous proposal that they wanted us to pass a resolution revisiting how we have public participation in not just Planning Commission meetings, but at our meetings, but all the boards and commissions. And we had a discussion of that a couple of weeks ago in the Planning and Development Committee meeting, and it was kind of not fleshed out so much. So since then, one of the Planning Commissioner McClendon and I spoke with the executive about how we might populate that committee. And so I took some stuff from, I don't think how many people are still on council from then, when Forrest Longman did the report back in 2016 about how many boards and commissions we have and how hard it is to recruit people for those things. But so I kind of, put some of that stuff in there. But I think we've got something now where it's an ad hoc, limited time committee that, the executive has said he's going to have some folks from some of the main departments like IT, got my notes here, Public Works, PDS, council. Hopefully we can have Jill Nixon be participating in this, and then some people from the community and who are consumers of our public meetings, and kind of brainstorm like, how can we, do we still do stuff on Zoom? How can we better notify people in the public about what's going on? So there's 6 kind of points there. At the end of the day, that resolution is it's the 6 points that the Planning Commission asked us to kind of revisit. So it's I don't know if it's gonna be 3 meetings or 4 meetings or however long. It's not a permanent commission, but it's kind of starting the conversation like, do we keep doing things like this? Do we have joint hybrid meetings like this? Does the public have more kind of text notifications for how they might know about meetings? And one of the main things, the ideas that's come out is, doing a survey of, we have 300 people who are citizens who volunteer on boards and committees. How did they know about how people know about what they're doing? So that's what it is. It's admittedly not defining who's going to be on this thing, because it's not meant to be a permanent committee, and it's kind of dependent on who the staff can be populating it. So yeah, but it's fleshing out more what we did a couple weeks ago.
Okay, then I would entertain a motion.
Move approval.
I'll second.
Bird moves, Kirschner seconds. Discussion. Councilmember Donovan.
And Barry was there when we talked about this. So it resolves that. It's just a resolution, right? But that the council chair and the executive would work together to kind of find people to be on this. So if you have ideas, particularly like in the citizen realm, people who work in media, marketing, communications, if folks, so I figured like throw those ideas to Barry about who some people might be to be on that from our end. And the executive is committed to having some folks from their end, who staff the meetings and schedule the meetings and notify about the meetings. So it's on us as well.
Okay, sounds good. Any further discussion? Okay, please call the roll.
Tyler Bird,
Yes.
Todd Donovan,
Yes.
Ben Ellenboss,
Yes.
Carol Frazee,
Yes.
Kathy Kirschner,
Yes.
Red Brown,
Yes.
Barry Buchanan,
Yes, that passes unanimously. That brings us to introduction. We have 5 items to introduce tonight. Could I get a motion to introduce?
Move to introduce.
Second.
Brown moves, Bird seconds. Discussion on any of this? Seeing none, please call a roll.
Todd Donovan,
Yes.
Ben Ellenboss,
No.
Carol Frazee,
Yes.
Kathy Kirschner,
Yes.
Rod Brown,
Yes.
Barry Buchanan,
Yes,
Tyler Bird,
Yes.
that passes 6-1. Okay, we move to committee reports. Our first committee this morning was the Committee of the Whole Executive Session. We had 3 items. One was a discussion of pending litigation with Civil Deputy Prosecutor Chris Quinn, Erickson versus Whatcom County Flood Control Zone District, Whatcom County Superior case number 20-2-00650-37. We had a discussion with our legal folks and no action was taken. The next was AB 2021-213, discussion regarding a potential sale of county-owned real estate, county-owned surplus property. That again was just a briefing and no action was taken. And our last item was discussion with Chief Civil Deputy Prosecutor Karen Frakes of the adoption of a moratorium on the acceptance and processing of applications and permits for new or expanded recreational cannabis growing and or processing facilities. And there was no action taken there. As public knows, we did take action on a moratorium this evening. That does it for the committee of the whole this morning. The next up was natural resources. Mr. Donovan.
Natural resources met this morning and I can't find my notes, so I'm going to kind of wing this. We had a presentation by Mike McFarland, an update on parks, with some pretty cool news about things opening up and a grant that was received to do the roof for the ball courts at the East Whatcom Regional Center, and some information about trails at North Whatcom, Lake Whatcom Park. They're going to be being built, but it was a good update. So, and I had some specific things in my notes that I wanted to talk about, but I can't find those right now. So, but that was the only item. That was the only item we had.
Thank you, Councilmember Donovan. Councilmember Brown, was there any other items in finance?
There was nothing else in finance, although I have another issue, but nothing else in finance.
Okay. Moving to, I believe next was Public Works and Health. Councilmember Frazee.
Yes, we had Riley Sweeney gave us a report by the Whatcom County Food System Committee on protecting the food system and discussion of committee recommendations. And they had some recommendations for like protection of farm workers during COVID-19 and also a need for more food storage, especially near small cities and freezers and things like that. And we've asked them to bring more specific recommendations and action items, and they will do that.
Thank you. Next was Planning and Development Committee. We did cover one item from your committee. Ben, did you have anything else that you wanted to report?
No, that pretty much covered it. Thanks.
Mm-hmm. Okay, then we'll move to our last committee of the day was Committee of the Whole. We talked about, we had our normal meeting update on COVID-19 from the health department. It was reported that our numbers and our rate is stable at 140 cases per 100,000. So that's encouraging. There's some a big increase of vaccination or vaccines coming in as the federal pharmacy program kind of starts merging, not merging literally, but the numbers are merging that into Whatcom County of quite a bit of extra vaccine that's going to some of our pharmacies. Our next item was AB 2021-222, which discussion regarding a schedule review of the proposed Cherry Point Comprehensive Plan. We had a briefing by the stakeholder committee, and they have promised to deliver a draft of their recommendations by Monday. And the council clerk will be trying to set up a special meeting for next week where the council can review those changes. The last item we had was a resolution regarding permanent affordability of childcare. And as you know, we already discussed that tonight, and a letter is going to be written by Mr. Brown and Ms. Frazee. So that was everything with the committee of the whole. Do we have any other business? Mr. Brown, you indicated you might have something.
Yeah, I was just thinking further about the comments that Ms. Kirshner and Mr. Bird made earlier, and we've got this issue of where we're constantly training EMS technicians. And if we can really sort of examine what our system is like and work out how we make it world-class. And I'm not disparaging the staff, but I think the fact that we've got 2 old facilities, for example, the fact that we transfer calls between facilities, that's not state of the art, that's not world-class. If we build a world-class EMS system here, I think we're going to solve our problem about having to train EMS technicians here, because we'll have people knocking on the door saying, I want to come and work at the place that's got such a good reputation across the nation. Can you please hire me? So our county health department, if you remember, a couple of years ago, received an award, I think, for being the best health department related to the housing of homeless veterans, if I remember correctly. I mean, we as a community have the track record of proving world class, and if we do that with our EMS system in terms of upgrading the facilities and putting the technology in place and so forth, we'll have people banging on our door trying to sign up.
Councilmember Kirshner?
Yeah, thanks, Councilmember Brown. I just wanted to say that I took a swipe at Councilmember Frazee when we were talking about the Whatcom County Code regarding breastfeeding. And that was unkind, it was uncalled for. And Councilmember Frazee and the rest of the council, I hope that you can forgive me. I apologize for that. I didn't mean to disparage you or anybody in the community by that comment. And if I could take it back, I would. So I just wanted to let you know that.
Any other business? Mr. Brown?
It's funny, Kathy, I was planning on calling you up and apologizing to you.
No, you were correct.
Something completely different.
And it was not a kind remark, and it wouldn't be something my mother would be proud of. So I was taught to apologize when I do something like that. So
no, but my apologies on a different subject entirely.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll let you apologize to me if there's something else.
Well, last week you brought up an issue about the immigration, the ratio of people crossing the border who were COVID positive. And I was a bit harsh with you on the comment, and I actually thought about writing to the council as a whole on this, but one of the things I think we've all got to be very wary of and very cautious of, because of the responsibility we have, is repeating stuff that is not factually correct. And I'm not saying you did that intentionally by any means. And that's really the base of my apology. Is I think I came across that you were intentionally doing that. But I just want to share one example. Two years ago, the Bellingham Herald reported on a program I was volunteering at, helping a young woman get identification. She was an African American. She had a child. She was homeless and simply trying to get her ID so she could go back to where she lived. And Breitbart Media picked it up and they reported it as I was advocating to give illegal immigrants identification cards. And I thought, it's such a total twisting of the facts by an organization that makes money out of doing that. So I'm not saying that's what you're doing. I am saying that that's why I responded as harshly as I did, is because I've seen this done to me. And I just remind people that we've all got this responsibility to make sure what we're telling the public is really accurate. But my apology.
Oh, well, Councilmember Brown, let me just say, the situation just caused a lot of anxiety in me. I think it does with all of us to see, what we're seeing. And I just really wanted to make sure that everyone was aware of that situation and that we're doing what we can do and not making it worse. So that was really where I was. And I quoted that just off the top of my head because I had heard it somewhere. When I went back to find the source, I did send that to you all, and it looked like it had been debunked, like Councilmember Byrd had mentioned on the call. So yeah, I promise to try to do better.
Councilmember Donovan?
Well, since I'm maybe generally one of the most cranky people on this council, I'm just going to apologize in advance for, my future crankiness.
And I apologize
You
for
probably
Bob.
should.
Councilmember Frazee?
And I want to thank Councilmember Kirschner for the apology, and I hope we can continue, this type of discussion, and it's good to have these robust discussions and really dig deep, and I really enjoyed today.
Councilmember Ellenboss?
Yeah, I'm just gonna say, I really like all you guys, but I'm not gonna apologize because sometimes as an industrial worker and a farmer, sometimes it feels like my ability to feed my children are being attacked on this council. So if I ever get cranky about that, I probably am not gonna apologize. But that doesn't mean I don't really like all you guys.
Thanks, Ben. Councilmember Byrd?
Here I was like having reflections of being 21 and drinking all night and the I love you fest afterwards. Then Ben had to ruin it all.
Well, I was just going to ask Kathy if she could roll the lyrics to Kumbaya and we could have a little sing session. So,
Yeah. There's a gentleman, Brian Lane, that's had his hand up all night. Brian, I assume that it was something that you wanted to speak to us about. I apologize that you missed open session. I'd ask that you email at council. You can do that. Our email is just council@whatcomcounty.us, but shoot over your comments and we can get back to you that way.
okay. Is that it, everybody? Y'all have a great week, and we hopefully we'll get this Cherry Point stuff really on the road next week. Executive Sadu, thank you for your address tonight. We appreciate it. And everybody have a great week, and we are adjourned.